Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will begin in 2 minutes.
Will not come till I breathe all the air out my lungs, till my final tune is sung, that all is fleeting, yeah, but all is good, and my love is my whole being, and I've shared what I could. Give a little love, you can get a little love of your own. Don't break his heart. Yeah, if you give a little love, you can get a little love of your own. Don't break his heart. What gave it love first? Oh, well, life is not all that it's worth, 'cause life is fleeting, yeah, but I love you, and my love surrounds you like an ether in everything that you do. Sun and moon to you, and if you share with your heart, yeah, you give with your heart. What you share with the world is what it keeps of you.
way up louder.
Get your motor running. Head out on the highway.
Highway! Ladies and gentlemen, born to be wild! Leave the music up! Turn the music up!
Go make it happen.
Good to see you all! All good, that's it, Namibia! Up! Young chefs, up! Hey! This is what it's about! Born to be wild! Oh! Norbert Schmidiger, the honorary young chef! Norbert! Whoa! Hey! I was born to be wild! Oh! Born to be chefs! Born to be cooks! Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So that'll do us for today. We'll go to the pub. I want all the young chefs to stand up out of economy class and come down to business class. Don't sit in the back corner. Come and join the pioneer section. Where's Brian Cotterill? Sit in the red chairs or somewhere and let's fill up the room at the front a bit. I was just wondering if you were the same people that came to the White Tower yesterday. Because you were so obedient now, standing up, dancing, having fun. Jesus wept, I tell you. I don't know how we got that photograph done. The ploy was the drone. I hope you enjoyed yesterday. It was a bit of a walk to the port, but the whole city is talking about the March of the Chefs. So this is a great thing for the city, great thing for the Congress as well, because that's one of the other objectives of bringing a Congress to someone's city is to make sure that their community is embraced and that their community share with us what we do. No, the seats aren't in alphabetical order, young chefs. You just sit wherever you want. So, we have the education part of the program today, ladies and gentlemen. Again, like yesterday, we have our food and beverage across in the hall. We have the Global Chefs happening, so we're going to make sure we're out on time for lunch so you can experience the plating as well. We'll also have the afternoon session of education located in Hall 13. So once we're out of here in the afternoon, we don't come back into this room. We spend our day across over in the exhibition area. This evening is a free night, so there is a food festival happening in Thessaloniki at the moment. There's a list of restaurants out on the registration counters, and they've been briefed that if the chefs come, show your badge, bring your badge, just so they know who you are. They have special menus across the city for €10. There's about 15 restaurants, so you could start in the first restaurant and end at the last one. Yeah, the third restaurant's an Uzo restaurant. So 10 on calamari, 10 on octopus, 10 on uzi, and then you keep going. The next person I want to say something about, because we were also very serious yesterday. Let's play a little bit of music for this next gentleman. Next gentleman is our MC, Mr. Jonathan Pang. So Jonathan, the man of trains, planes, and jungles, a culinarian extraordinaire, a gourmet extraordinaire, a man that loves his food nearly as much as I do. And as you can see, we're similar shapes.
Morning.
Yeah, like...
Hello, Andy.
Look at that. That's well
Getting there.
paid for. Ladies and gentlemen,
Twins,
Jonathan
triplets.
Pang!
Good morning, Thessaloniki. Good morning to all of our delegates and our lovely chefs. And our young chefs, great to see you here today as well. Before we start, I would just like to say actually a really big thank you to President Carroll and Mrs. Carroll and Ragnar and all of the chairmen for putting together such an amazing congress for us all, because I thought yesterday was really inspiring. I learned a lot already and I'm making some great new friends. So it's a pleasure for me to be here, and we've got an amazing day for you lined up with some amazing speakers. So I hope you all have a great time. I certainly am. I also had a good night's sleep last night, so you'll be pleased to know that we may not have many breakages today, although I have been told that I'm not allowed anywhere near the Electrolux side. So I'll just sort of perch here.
Yeah, a wide berth, wide
Yes,
berth.
wide berth, okay. Just put some newspaper down and it will all be fine. Can you hear me? Right, so Andy, thank you for all the updates. So, many of you will recognize the name Dr. Hervé Vis. He comes to us from Paris, from the Agro Paris Tech INRA, where he serves as its director. He's been working in the science of food since the 1980s and has become known as the father of molecular cuisine. It is my great pleasure and privilege and actually an honor to welcome the culinary chemist, Dr. Hervé Vis, to our stage.
Hi. Hello. Does it work? Yeah. I have to go in this direction. Does it work? Can you hear me? Okay, very good. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation. Then, second point, I have to be very fast because these people give me only 25 minutes. And in order to explain the new trend for the 10 or 20 next years, it's very short. But anyway, so we have to be very fast. Please remember that this is called a piano. And on a piano, you can play by chord, bam, bam. This is heavy music. Or you can play note by note, and this is much more delicate. I want to add something. Please forget about molecular cuisine. It's old style. You know Louis Armstrong and New Orleans jazz. You say ta da ta da ta ta ta. It's funny, but 20 years later, it was old-fashioned, and people moved to free jazz or to new music. This is the same with cooking. So I'm going to show you the next culinary trend. I would say there is no other new proposal today, because when you look at those chefs of the ranking of chefs that I ate, because it's not fair. But anyway, when I look at this, I see molecular cuisine more or less plus herbs, but this is very old because Michel Bras was doing herbs 50 years ago, and molecular cuisine was introduced in 1980. So forget about molecular cooking, about molecular cuisine. There is a difference between the two. And let's move to note-by-note cooking. So I want to first, you cannot read, don't worry. There are three different things. Molecular gastronomy, which is science, molecular cooking or cuisine, which is cooking, and note-by-note cooking, which is a future. Okay? So let's move now to the next. My life is molecular gastronomy, which is physical chemistry. It has nothing to do with cooking, so I'm not a chef. I'm a physical chemist, you know. I'm poisoning people, and my wife is a doctor. She's curing them. Anyway, it's true. By the way, it's true. In 1980, it's true that I proposed to modernize the way we cook, because it's awful to use a pan. We had pan in the Middle Age. We have to move some new tools. It was 1980, very long time ago. 1984, note-by-note cooking. I will go on this later. But there were other trends that I proposed and that did not work. For example, in let's say about, I don't remember, but probably 1999, I proposed abstract cooking. Abstract cooking is a dish that you eat like abstract painting. You see? You eat and you say, wow, it's good. But what is in this dish? And you don't recognize anything. And it is exactly the contrary of what was said before. It was said before that dishes should have the flavor of what it is. But I don't know what it means, because when you roast a chicken, what is the flavor of a roasted chicken? There are as many roasted chicken as chefs, so it's silly. So this is why I wanted abstract cooking. To my knowledge, only Pierre Gagnaire was able to do that. but I'm not sure. So next, let's move to the next. So I'm sorry, the pictures are quite dark, but in my computer they're better. The question is, what is food? I'm always trying to analyze in order to understand, and I don't want to repeat. I want to understand correctly and then to propose something more fresh, more intelligent. I'm not doing the food, by the way. So food is something that has an organization, as you know, because you take parts and you put parts on top of the other, around the sauce, around the plate, and so on. Now, if you look carefully with a microscope, any part has an organization. You see this picture is a mayonnaise. You see the oil droplets dispersed into water, because the water comes from the egg yolk and from vinegar. Okay? Now, if you go deeper, you see what is called nanoscopic organization. You have probably heard about nanoparticles. Some chefs are upset about nanoparticles, but you have to know that casein micelles in milk are nanoparticles, so we should know before being afraid. And now, if you go deeper, I'm very sorry because the pictures are not good. When you take raspberries, they are red. If you put tin, the metal, on raspberries, suddenly it becomes blue. And we understand perfectly what it becomes blue. The chef knew that you should not make raspberries jam in a pan with tin. And it was more or less true. But you know, now we understand this question, we can go on the reverse. We can control the process. Okay. So now this is a very simple calculation that was introduced. Some culinary schools teach it today, so you have to be careful, or you have to be ready to teach it. It is very simple. I'm not sure that it is useful for you. For physical chemistry, it's very important. And using this system, we can describe with a formula any dish at any level, at microscopic level, at microscopic level, and so on. So this is the formula. This is the formula. I'm moving the formula. They are very simple. This is the formula. Okay. Any dish could be described with a formula, which means that if we have a formula in a computer, we can use a 3D printer to make it, and we don't need a chef. So what is the future of the chef? Of course, my answer is clear. Cooking is not only a technique, it's art. And if it's art, we need the chef, of course. Now, I want to focus on something very important. Some years ago, it was said by some journalists that molecular cooking was very bad because they were gels. But indeed, these people did not know that all food are gels. For example, this is a shallot under the microscope. It is a liquid trapped into a solid. This is a gel. It is called a gel. Now, if you look at this picture, they are alginate pearls full of orange juice, glued together. Look, it's an artificial orange. And formally, it's a gel. Now, if you move to this one, it's a potato. A potato, it's a gel. There is a lot of water trapped into the potato, which is a solid. So when you have the definition of a gel, a liquid inside a solid. And if you look carefully at food, generally, food is made of water mostly or oil. Of course, if you take some meat, the cells, the muscular fibers are elongated, which means that there is a dimension 1, like spaghetti, okay? Now, the chocolate is a gel. We don't see anything on this picture. It's a gelatin gel, but it's a gel, of course. I'm moving. Sometimes we have more complex gel, more complex formula. And the question is, there are so many gels in cooking because everything is gel. What can we understand? And the question is there. Recently, this is a very recent result, I made a very simple program. As you see, 1, 2, 3, or probably 20 lines of programming code. With this small program, all possibilities were found. There are no other possibilities than this one, this one, this one, and this one. It's finished. You cannot patent a new gel or a new food because all of them are there. And now, what is exciting, you can take one of these gel, besides this one, and make a dish out of it. Of course, a machine could do it, because if you can make a computer, you can make a machine. So the big question now is to decide carefully on the flavor, because the consistency, the problem is solved theoretically. Okay, so let's look at a carrot, for example. You see, a carrot is a plant tissue. It's full of compounds. Compounds, generally, people don't understand well what it means. Water is a compound. Oil is a mixture of some compound. Here you see, this is sugar. Sugar is a compound. Salt is one. Flour is a mixture of two compounds which are amylose and amylopectin. But there are many others. For example, here in my bag, you see, these are proteins. Proteins, very simple. In my office, I have bag 100 kilograms full of proteins. Some proteins coagulate, some proteins don't coagulate. These proteins do coagulate. For example, imagine that you want to make a steak. If you don't have meat today, so you want to make a steak. So a steak is 25% protein. So you use the protein. Then you need some water, because in a steak you have 75% water. Okay, you mixed the two. Okay, of course you should avoid curdles. I'm not a chef, I will not take time to avoid curdles, but you should, of course. By the way, this steak should have odor, should have taste, should have trigeminol, which is the pungency and the freshness. So let's add some sucrose, let's add some sodium chloride, which is salt. What about some pungency? This is capsaicin, which is a teeny quantity, which is the pungency of black pepper. What about allyl isothiocyanate? I love this one. I put too much. It is the wonderful flavor of this one of wasabi. Color, it's very simple, okay? A teeny quantity of color. Now it should be probably yellow or orange. I don't know. I don't have time to focus on this kind of details because I'm not a chef. Now what about, glucose. Always glucose. Glucose is very, very, very good. Now, always glucose, because we need glucose in our body, you know. In our blood, we have glucose. This is exciting as well. No, sorry. I want to give some consistency. You know, these are proteins. So I have the gelatin are proteins, so they are proteins, probably more water. And this box is funny. It's a box with, this is oil. And in this oil, ordinary oil with no flavor, and in this oil, there was a dissolution of a teeny, teeny quantity of a compound, an odorant compound. For example, this one, number 7, it's strange. You see, it's a strange odor. Where is the president? The president is there. You see, it's an odor of something. It reminds you perhaps of.
I have no idea what that reminds me of.
No, pineapple or coconut. We don't know exactly. So you see, there is an odor for sure.
There is an odor. Yeah.
There is an odor. It is new, which is when you say creative cooking, it's new. It's of course it's a gift for you, and the price is 0. So it's oil plus a teeny quantity of a compound. And the number of odorant compounds like this is 10,000. 10,000. Of course, in the flavor company, they mix this compound to make flavors. But I don't want the flavor company to make your job. I want the chef to make your job. So the chef should have the elementary compounds, mix them together as they want to make new flavor. And this is why it is so exciting. Because it's very easy, you see. When you have, in practice, when you want to give this particular odor, you just put a certain quantity in the liquid, okay? And now it's almost finished because you have the product. You know that the protein will coagulate, so you put that into a system here, okay? Very good. And you put in the microwave oven, and you eat for some 1 minute, it will be all right. You just need for coagulation of the proteins like the coagulation of egg. So you see, it's very simple. Another experiment that is apparently appealing for chef, just imagine that you have some proteins. I will make an artificial egg white, so 10% proteins, some water, with the water here, so a slight quantity of water. Now a whisk, because we are still living in the Middle Age, so we are still having whisk. I need some help. Can you help me? Can you help me, please? Pouring the oil. Please come. So you will whisk because you are a professional. You are whipping. I'm adding the oil, so we're making an emulsion. Okay. So the proteins are very good surfactants, so they will emulsify the oil. Okay. So in order to make some interesting products, you need probably 95% oil. I leave you that during I'm showing the rest. And now she's making an emulsion. We make another dish in some seconds. So let's come back to the video, to the slides, please. Okay. So this was with the same compounds than in the carrot. You can organize them differently and make a new dish. This dish was made in Montreal, Canada. Now, how would you do in this way? Probably my advice would be to choose a shape. What is the shape that you want to achieve? Contrary to a steak, you have the steak, you put the steak in the plate, and it's lazy. But now, in node-by-node cooking, you have to choose the shape of the dish. When you have the shape, you can decide for the consistency. Should it be soft or tender or very hard? We can achieve anything, so you have to decide. Now, when you have to decide the color, and then when you have the color, you have to decide for the odor, but you have seen that it is very simple. Now, you have to decide for the taste, sucrose, amino acids, and so on. Please forget about the theory of 4 or 5 tastes. It is wrong. It is not true. It is simply not true. And I've seen papers and papers educating new chefs. I'm very upset for the new chefs, the young. We should say something true to them, not the old-fashioned stuff which is full of mistakes. There are no 4 tastes, there are no 5 tastes, there are probably an infinite number of tastes. For example, licorice is not salty, is not sweet, is not acidic, and it's not bitter. And it's not umami, it's licorice. So what is the taste of licorice? Look at vodka. Vodka is not salty, it's not sweet, it's not acidic, it's not umami, it's not licorice. What is it? It is the specific taste. So we have an infinite number of tastes. Now, trigeminol. Trigeminol are pungencies and freshness. Very simple. I love allyl isothiacinate. And more, because you have more. So now you have this idea. How to decide for making a dish? Look, it is very simple. We decided to put the ingredients together and then make them. How is the emulsion? Oh, yes, very good. You performed a wonderful emulsion. More oil, please. So you can decide for the 2 directions, top, down, or bottom. And now, I would probably decide for this way, because when you put a piece of meat into a liquid, sometimes nothing goes in. This picture, it's meat that was cooked in fluorescein. You see, fluorescein is a green color. There is no fluorescein inside the meat, which means that for some meat, it is useless to try to put some flavor into the meat. It will remain on the surface, okay? Now, there are many complex phenomena, so we have a lot to do in order to investigate this new area. But what can we build? This is a big question. We have to build something that can exchange the flavor with the mouth, with the saliva, with the body. This is for sure. So we have to control this, so we have to work. Now, there are laws. For example, some dishes that we have made at the lab, the flavor is immediately, and then it is the end. Some other flavor, we can design completely the fact that the flavor increase slowly. Okay, but we have 2 kinds of perception in this case. What about this one? Imagine a dish where there would be a flavor, and the flavor would disappear, and appear again, and disappear, and appear again. This would be creative cooking. Or imagine something even better. Imagine a dish with a flavor that would appear. This particular flavor would disappear, another one would appear, disappear, and another one would appear. Is it possible The answer is yes. And we did it already. It was done in Aarhus in Denmark with chefs. They were trained 1 morning long only. After 1 morning, working together with chemists, they were able to do this. So you see the future is very exciting because we have plenty of possibilities. Of course, shrimps, octopus are all right. But if you want to do creative cooking, it's not molecular cooking. It's not the cooking that I see in most places today. It is node-by-node cooking for sure. There is some chemistry, but I will skip that because I don't have time. There are many other systems. We are now designing the flavor completely from scratch. This is the new story. So you see, this is old-fashioned. It is being destroyed, so we have to move to the future. And I want to show you that it is difficult to cook the way you cook, I would say. And my goal is to help you to make some new flavor. So it's a simple guess. Node-by-node cooking was proposed in 1994, so it's an old story now. This is the kitchen of the future, so no fridge, which is useful, no plant tissue, no animal tissue, only compounds. You can store there forever. And this is, of course, very good because the fridge costs a lot of energy and is not very good for the planet. So if you think sustainability, today's way of cooking is not sustainable. So we have to look for other ways of doing. Now, if you are reluctant about node-by-node cooking, look at this picture. Focus on the left. You have a violin, a clarinet, a flute, and so on. This is 2 centuries ago. People were playing the violin 2 centuries ago. Okay. By the way, at the same time, they were using plant and animal tissue, vegetables, fruits, meat, and so on. Okay. Now, 1 century ago, the physicists learned to analyze the music. Okay. But at the same time, the chemists learned to analyze food. Okay. 50 years ago, you needed a big room full of computers to make synthetic music. Okay. And the people who were running the computer had to be very good specialists. Today, the price of the computer is 20 euros for children. You see, there is nothing on the right, but I can guess the future. So you have to be ready. Of course, if you are like me, over 50, you are dead. But the young people that you have invited to come, these people will be there. And these people should be ready. And these people should not go in the direction of molecular cooking that I proposed 35 years ago. It's the old stuff. You have to move to node by node. This is much more exciting. This is the future. Why? Because there will be many problems. Among the many problems, some pesticides disappear. You will not be able to cook them. Okay? This is a question. We cannot eat everything. For example, the Muslims don't eat pork. I'm not saying that it is bad or good. I'm saying it is a fact. Okay? I don't eat scorpions. I don't eat the brain of an ape with a spoon. I don't know why, because of my education. So there is a question. This will be for sure. There will be an energy crisis for sure. So we have to be ready to save energy. So fridge away. There will be probably 10 billion people, and we have to find enough material to give to them. Otherwise, there will be a world war. By the way, it's not 10 billion. It's between 8 and 15. If it is 15, it's the end of the world. If it is 8, it's more or less safe. Today, we can only feed 6 billion, and 1 billion is starving. So we have a problem anyway. A lot of food is spoiled. For example, this morning at the hotel, the table next to me, there was the guy was leaving. I have nothing against this guy. I don't know him. But the plate was almost full when he left. And it was dropped. So it's a problem, by the way. Why do we spoil? This is a big question that we analyze with most academies of the world. And this picture is awful. There are trucks transporting tomatoes to Paris every morning. 10,000 trucks come to Paris every day, transporting tomatoes, apple, and so on. And you see, a tomato is 95% water, which means that we transport water. We use gasoline to transport water. This is completely crazy. So today we have gas, but tomorrow there will be another problem. I will be dead. I don't care. But many of you will be there, and if I were you, I will be upset. Okay. Okay. Fractionation began a long time ago. You know, you use flour, you make a dough, you mix in water, you have starch and gluten. Starch and gluten is 18th century. So, but we can go on and on and on. And this is how we got the, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about her. How is the emulsion? Is it all right? Okay, she's very good. Please applaud this lady. Thank you very much. So now you see, so this is exactly like a mayonnaise. I'm not adding the compounds to make the flavor because it will be too long. But it could be sugar, it could be anything, so you can make a dessert. Now, what if you put that in a microwave for some seconds, probably 25, depending on the energy, we know the result. Because there is some water, it will be heated. If there is heated, it will expand like a souffle. And indeed, you make a souffle in less than 1 minute with perfect control of all the flavor, because I did not put the compound, but I could put sugar, salt, anything. So now I have to look, so 10 seconds, okay. Okay, very good. Here it is. So you see, there was some expansion. This is the souffle. If we have a spoon, of course, we can invite the president. I don't remember what we put in the glass. Probably proteins, they have no flavor. Water, it is safe. And olive oil. So the taste should be pure olive oil. Open the mouth, please. Open the mouth, please. Olive oil.
Olive oil.
So it is solidified olive oil. It is like a souffle. If you added some sugar, it would be sweet for a dessert, or vanilla. Oh, I don't care. I'm not a chef, you know. I trust you to make something good, not me. So this is my gift to the president. Now, coming back to the slide, because I have only 30 minutes, so I have to be very fast, you know. This is why I'm going so fast, because I have only 30 minutes. So you have to tell me when it's... Okay, I'm keep going. So the techniques for fractionating the plant animal products are already there. For example, this machine on the right, the cost is 2,000 euros. It's big like this. You can have this in a farm, and instead of selling carrots, you fractionate the carrot, and then you have the compound. Okay? The question is very important to enrich farmers. We have to enrich farmers because they are responsible for food security of the planet. So now, the number of possibilities, you know, mixing all these things, you can decide as you want. It's so easy, it's so funny. Children can do that. So the number is infinite, really infinite. It's a new art, which means that if you are less than 30 years ago, don't go in the direction of Redzepi, of Ferran Adrià, of all these people. It is too late. It was 20 years ago. Go in the new direction, node by node cooking. You have to learn. It is very simple. We can organize training session. It is very simple. It does not take long because it is so simple. We have to teach the technique and the art. For the art is one life long. Okay. And we can do anything from just adding one compound into your old dish or to make fully node by node. So now some picture to finish, if it works. So Pierre Gagnère, my friend, was the first to serve a node by node dish in a restaurant. It was in Hong Kong in 2009. The dish was called Node by Node 1, of course. Since that time, there were many new dishes produced, in particular with the Cordon Bleu school. You see, there was a dinner in 2010. So they look like dishes. Sometime at the beginning, they had a mushroom. And I told them, please, put this mushroom away. I don't want a mushroom. I just need compounds. But it was the beginning. They were pioneers, so it was not so easy. So here there was some basil. I was hungry. There was a raspberry. The raspberry is useless. But it was the beginning. Only compound now. The next one was for the International Year of Chemistry. There was a big banquet with Chef Jean-Pierre Biffy of Potel-les-Chabots in France. And they did something wonderful. So this is the menu. You see, this was the first course. It was called The ID of an Oyster. There was no oyster, of course. The second dish was called a Wöhler soufflé. It was a big soufflé with a sauce entirely note by note, very simple. The next dish was two parts. On the right, this is real meat, the ugly thing. On the left, it was the note by note meat. The orange cylinder is not a carrot, it's an orange cylinder. This was a dessert, and unfortunately, they put raspberries and blackberries. Anyway, again, the cordon bleu. The cordon bleu, so this is blue. Very easy to make some blue thing. You just put blue colorant. This is a dessert by Jean-François de Guigné. He's a master chef pâtissier. It was called the cordon bleu. Okay. The sherbet. Montreal, so you know, most capital of the world did something around note by note cooking with very exciting results sometime. By the way, we have to learn because it's a new flavor. We never had these flavors. So this was again in Montreal. Then Copenhagen in Denmark. Then Aarhus, the picture is very bad, I don't know why. And we have an international contest for note by note cooking every year. So I invite you to apply. The prices are not very big, but the risk is zero. So just send something. And the topic for this year is fibrous consistencies and acidities. So it's simple. It's simple and funny. So this was we don't see the picture, I'm sorry. Guillaume Ziegler, the chef of the Cordon Bleu. They are sushi, but they are not sushi. The rice is not rice, and the fish is not fish. Okay? Here is one on top. And finally, when the New York Times came to Paris just to see this thing, Pierre Gagnère accepted to make a note-by-note meal. So this is the menu, the title. The pictures are not good. By the way, please send me an email if you want to get the real picture, the beautiful picture. Send me an email at hervé.tis@inra.fr, and I will send you the thing. So the menu, the title on the menu was Guaiacol and triisobutylhydrothiazine. The title was 2-acetylthiazole. Of course, the compound was the backbone, from the flavor point of view, was the backbone of the dish. So again, another one. Piperine is the compound of black pepper. Chicorea, it's a dessert. And finally, another dessert, which has the flavor of more or less of almond. And so please do apply. Very simple. I will try to help you as much as I can. And finally, because it's time, I have to stop and say, okay, celebrate molecular gastronomy, which is a science. It's physical chemistry. No chef is doing molecular gastronomy because no chef is a physical chemist. Chefs are artists. So celebrate physical chemistry, but on the other hand, celebrate culinary art. Not culinary arts, but culinary art, because we have to make some beauty in the plate. The technique is there. I want to give you the most simple technique for you to be able to make something good. And good means beautiful to eat. It's a question of art. It's not a question of technique. With the same charcoal on paper, you can make a drawing, but also Picasso can make something. And the price of the Picasso painting is billions of dollars. So you don't pay for the ingredients, you pay for your art. And this is why if I were in charge of educating the young chef, I will focus on art and art and art. Technique is easy. And now it's finished. I'm ready to answer any question. And again, I give you my email. I always answer email within 2 days. When I'm in Thessalonica, I cannot answer easily, but as soon as I'm back, I will answer. I will try to help you. I will give you details. We are having a very exciting times with new companies going to sell the products, new companies going to sell the machine. I don't have any share. I don't sell anything. I'm distributing this knowledge for free. But I want you to work hard in the new direction. Thank you.
Bravo!
Whoa,
Bravo.
that was absolutely fascinating. Are you sure you want to give your personal email out to this lot? You're going to be busy for days, aren't you?
No.
Thank you so much for that. We have a special gift for you, and I'd like to invite Norbert Schminiger to come and present it to you. Norbert, here we are. You know, when
Ladies
you
and
least
gentlemen,
expect it.
welcome Norbert Schmidtiger to the stage, one of our pioneers of world chefs. And what better
Longest
way?
serving, right?
One of the longest serving. And as he's an honorary young chef, so it's the new and the old
very much.
combined.
For mon bureau, for my office. The students will be impressed. No, I'm always joking, but I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. While we do a quick turnaround on the stage, get ourselves ready for the next presenter. Let's have a little bit of background music. Maybe Born to be Wild would be a bit too exciting for this point in time, but I'm sure the lovely Jessica can come up with something. Will only be a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't leave the room. Okay, if we can take our seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we take our seats, please, for our next speaker?
Once upon a time, in the year 1951, a boy was born. His name was Nicholas Kourakis, and his dream was to be a chef. As he grew into a young man, his love for food flourished, and his passion for cooking was his motivation to strive for greatness. Over the years, his dream came to life, and Nicholas became the proud creator and owner of many reputable restaurants around Greece. His love for the Greek cuisine and its evolution over time remains cemented in the Hellenic cuisine he carries on today. In 2016, his mission is to travel the world and teach young chefs how to cook Greek food. Recently, Chef Nicholas visited Melbourne, Australia, to inspire a group of young hospitality students about the importance of traditional Greek cooking.
You haven't seen that duck down there. I come to Australia to teach people the Greek food. I am chef in Greece. You call me Nicholas. I want to show you guys moussaka. I drink too much ouzo last night, kids. You stir. Good girl. You Greek? No. Mixing, stirring.
Has anyone been to Greece or anyone for holiday?
Holiday. Beautiful Mykonos. Any Greek chef here in Australia? Do you know any Greeks?
George Coleman.
Okay.
Do you know George?
Ποιος είναι αυτός?
Nikos doesn't know George. He doesn't watch TV.
Salt? Put salt, that's okay. Ναι, ωραίο. Πολύ nice, very nice. You put the cheese, the white sauce. Okay, it's good. Okay. 10 minutes. Πρέπει να πάμε να κατουρίσουμε. Ωραίο. That is not Greek food, okay? So what do we love about a moussaka? For me personally, you know, that sort of warming feeling of sitting there with a bowl of this meaty goodness, and it's just yum. So what's one of those things that give us memories? We smell something and it reminds us, oh my God, where's that idea from? It takes us back to a place. That's my job. I want to serve people and make them happy, because that makes me happy. It's 10 years of the Press Club. So that's a massive milestone in any restaurant's life. That cliche bad Greek food is dead to us, and it's taken 10 years for this restaurant, this dream, this idea to get to this space here, which is now what we believe is, you know, our modern Hellenic cuisine. Kalispera. I'll speak English. I can do Greek as well if you like, but I think I'll keep it to English because it's definitely a lot better. What can I say? It's pretty much, this is my first ever, I guess, demonstration discussion here in Greece, and it's quite special for me. And on the wall you see there the past, and for me it's more than just cooking. Yeah, it's more than just this chef's jacket that I wear and I've been wearing for the last 20 years. It's life. It's everything. It's everything I dream about, not at night when we're all asleep, but during the day. I dream a lot, I think a lot, and I am constantly thinking how I can make what we do better. My past has influenced so much of what my future is all about. I'm an Aussie boy, born in Australia, to migrant parents of obviously Greek origin. So for me, this place that we're standing on, Greece, is very special because I come here once, twice a year to gain a certain energy, a certain dream, a desire, a belief that I can not only help me in the way I cook, the way I can teach my chefs and show my chefs, but also, I guess, give people an experience that come into my restaurant. The past is also made up of my training. My training was incredible and amazing, and I'm still training now. Nothing has changed. I'm still a cook, I'm still a restaurateur, and I still have this craving and desire to keep on learning. We talk about humility a lot in my restaurants. There's no yelling and screaming in my kitchens. It's banned. I don't like egotistic chefs because they are a disaster to cooking. For me, it's all about respecting each other, and if we can do that, we can then cook, and then we will cook beautifully. I'd like to introduce Liam. He's one of my sous chefs from the Press Club, so he's here to help me today. I'm going to first chat about cliche Greek food, Hellenic food. And, my idea of... I wasn't trained in Greek kitchens. I was trained in classical French kitchens. And it was an incredible training because it taught me a certain discipline that I'll never forget. But what I've done is fused that classical training, my Greek heritage, and also my Aussie spirit all into one. And that's now what we've got, the Press Club, which is our flagship restaurant down in Melbourne. We have 34 seats there, an incredible development kitchen next door. But more than all that stuff, the equipment, the this, the that, the technique, we can have all that stuff. But at the end of the day, if we haven't got culture within a team, we've got nothing. Because it's easy to press the button on a Thermomix. I can get anyone to do that. But to have a culture and a spirit is something that we work on every day. So 4 classic sort of Greek dishes that are cliche around the world that I pretty much don't eat at all when I'm at home with mum. But they've become synonymous. And that's okay because done well, they're amazing. Saganaki, a classic cheese cooked. Originally, it was the frying pan that they'd cook fish in. Take the fish out, throw the cheese in, grill it with all that lovely fat and flavour and create that crispy, yummy cheese. Next, tzatziki. Can be the most delicious, yummiest thing. Full of cucumber, good acidity, yogurt. I mean, how good is yogurt here in Greece? It is incredible. And not because of just their method of making it, but also the produce, where it comes from. And something we talk about a lot in Australia is sustainability. And we don't just throw it around like a big word because we're sustainable. And there's this thing going around, chefs talking about foraging. I mean, who gives you the right to go out into the wilderness and collect stuff without even knowing what that's going to do to the land? I think we need to become more educated and understand what we're taking before we take it. So what I do is get the best people in the business to grow the best stuff, because they know how to do it. And also, being humane in the way we kill animals and doing that in the right way, in the correct way. As well as that, food waste. Something that we're not talking about enough as chefs. In Australia, we waste $3 billion worth of food every year. It goes in the bin. So for me at the moment, that's something I'm standing very strong about. How much we waste. Because it's not the money we throw out, it's the people that we could be feeding. We as chefs need to make an impact. It's our responsibility. Not just about putting beautiful food on a plate, and feeling good about ourselves, but doing stuff above and beyond. So that beautiful tzatziki. The next one, spanakopita. How delicious is that? Crispy phyllo sheets, spinach, wild greens, horta, whatever it might be, some cheese, and it's so, so yummy. Classic, delicious, yummy. And then next, the moussaka. That dish has become synonymous, I mean, as synonymous as Zorba the Greek, yeah, is that moussaka. A real, when done well, classically, originally, in Mambaldin, then this incredible chef called Xelementes, who was trained with Escoffier, learned how to make bechamel, connected the braised eggplant dish with bechamel, and created moussaka. And I think that's what's so beautiful about cooking. It's the influences that we take, the ideas. So what we do now is think about the future, the present, the now. And for us, it's made up of lots of different things. You know, when I think about now, I think about the moment. I mean, me being here in Greece is an absolute inspiration. I'll take so many notes back. I mean, what's lovely about, you know, this day and age, with this thing, we can collect so much. This is my diary, and I collect so much information to go back and then start creating. Not creating, because I mean, honestly, there's probably 2 chefs in the last 20 years, 30 years, that are real creators. A lot of us bullshit ourselves and say we've created, all right? But really, there's 2. You know who they are, I'm sure you do. The influences, the inspirations, the past is very important, but the present is something we strive for, and perfection is something that none of us can ever get to. It's not possible. Oysters in the sea are perfect because we haven't touched them. They are given to us by something somewhere, and they're beautiful. When in season, yum. But what I do is try to get as close to that as we possibly can, and then at that point, strip it away. Start somewhere else. Because complacency within a chef is, again, a disaster. So we think about my Aussie idea, and the Hills Hoist is an Australian invention. And some of you might know what it is, but that's what it is. Hangs up clothes. As a kid growing up in Australia, I would jump on that and swing around, and Mum would be yelling from the kitchen window, "Get off it." So that Hills Hoist for us was, again, an idea and a dream, and how we could resonate that childhood memory, which I think is so important with food, because it makes us feel happy. Bit like when you walk down the street and smell a perfume and go, it reminds you of grandmother. Those things are nostalgic and beautiful and wonderful. That is very nostalgic for me. So we created this for the Press Club. The Press Club Hills Hoist. It goes out, it's about chips and dips, crisps, and what we're doing today is going to create a version for Greece using those four dishes that we ate: the saganaki, the tzatziki, the spanakopita, and the moussaka. So, do you want to kick off, Liam, with that? Maybe the saganaki. So what we've done with the saganaki is take kefalograviera and literally seal that in a pan. Classic cheese, seal that in pan, create a crust. Very simple. And what I want there is crisp crunch, acidity from the cheese, but then some sweetness. So we cook down figs in a pressure cooker in their own juice and create this intense sort of flavour. So that's the first thing to go on the Hills Hoist. Can we get in close on that? Is that possible? The cameraman? Yep. Oh, awesome. Fantastic. The next one is tzatziki. So we take cucumbers, obviously that dish of cucumbers, yogurt, dill. Some put garlic, some not. So we've got these cucumbers up. We've just, again, kept their integrity, dehydrated them. And this word molecular gastronomy, I think it's, for me, it's modern cuisine, yeah? And we've got all those pieces of equipment in my development kitchen: spray dryers, rotovaps, centrifuges, low temperature baths, blah, 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 blah. And all we want to do is not, it looks cool, but we want to do one thing: make that incredible ingredient, who is the hero. They've done all the hard work. We're just there to help it along, to make it taste better. I want that tomato to taste more tomatoey. So we sit down there and think about how we can extract that flavour. So for us, by dehydrating that cucumber, extracting its moisture, we intensify that flavour. Now, it works on some things, but not on others. If I took a bunch of asparagus and put it into boiling water, which is classically what I was taught to do, yeah? If I taste that water after I've cooked the asparagus, it is full of asparagus flavour. So hang on, why do we do that? Asparagus is not a vegetable for boiling or blanching. Asparagus, if I brush with a little olive oil and grill on a barbecue or a char grill, or on a grill, the intense flavour I get compared to the boiled one is chalk and cheese. I mean, as an apprentice, I was taught to shred parsley, put it in a cloth, and wash it under a tap, so it's easy to put into stuff. I mean, and I would stand there and watch all that green chlorophyll, that flavour go down the sink. I'm in the business of flavour. Nothing more, nothing less. Flavour to excite people, to make them happy. That's my job. I'm a servant. I love to serve. And I think there's one thing as chefs we need to realise is we're not saving lives. And when a chef asks me for something, a recipe, I give it to them with my heart, because there's no secrets. Those days are dead. They're gone. The new stance is here, and the new stance, we're open-hearted and we're warm and we're here to give and help. The next one after that is the spanakopita, that spinach pie, phyllo on the outside, cheese, spinach in the middle. Now what we've created is this, what we wanted to do is turn it upside down. How do we make the spinach into the phyllo? So we've got this incredible little crisp, of that taste of spinach that we're just going to season with a little onion. Now if I add star anise to onion, and we talk about flavour molecules and compounds, and hexagons and things that connect, because every ingredient has a friend. If I add thyme to mandarin, there's two ingredients in mandarin and thyme called thyme oil, and if you connect the two, it makes that mandarin taste more mandarin-y, and that's what we're here to do, make things taste powerful. I'm not here to, give you guys something that's boring, because boring's not what we do. So that goes on. And then finally, the last little crisp is the moussaka. So we create fine sheets of potato, and we dress that with aubergine, with eggplant. We dress that with a fondant of tomato, very intense tomato. And for me, the flavour of tomato is in the seed and in the gelatine that lives around those seeds. When you dissect a tomato, you can actually break down its flavour profile, a bit like you break down a whole lamb, okay? That's how I think of a vegetable or a fruit, all right? So we then add that, then we've got a fluid of bechamel, of course, and then moussaka has beef, so we've made a floss of fine beef, which is there to go on top. The people for me, our people, and I say our, I ban words in my kitchens, in my restaurants. We're not allowed to say I. If any of my staff say we pull them up. And a bit like a football match, you get a yellow card. You get 2, you know what happens next. And for me, it's about that culture in the team. And the team is not just made up of the chef and the front of house, it's a whole array of people. And the people are a lot of people. Sergio, he's our maintenance man. Not only is he our maintenance man, but he collects wood that could potentially get thrown out and make stuff to put in the restaurant that we might serve things on. So we don't have to create food around plates that someone is selling to me. How do you fit the square peg in a round hole? It's not possible. So I create the food first with my team, and then we go to the next step, create how we're going to serve it, rather than the other way around. Connie, she's our potter. And all those stuff there are stuff from the press club. She'll make... Why would I in Australia, Melbourne, and no disrespect to, places around the world that make plates, but why would I buy plates from China? It's ridiculous. Why would I put them on a boat and bring them all the way to Australia, where pretty much for the same price, she makes them for us, all bespoke, all special, all beautiful for us. And I think that for me is really, really important. It's not just about the food, it's about the vessel, the feeling of the way you drink or eat something. So that's lovely, Connie. Produce is important. 95%, what happened there? 95% of our produce comes locally around us at the restaurant. Some stuff that I can't get, I will bring. So for example, Trikalino is a local Bataga here in Greece. He's an incredible man. He's been doing it for a long, long time. I've been to his factory. I've stood there when they're processing stuff, and it is still done the right way. And this Bataga, sorry if there's any Italians out there. Any Italians? Put your hand up. Italiani? No? Yeah? Scusa? Yeah? It's better than yours. It is amazing. It is so delicious. And the reason why is traditionally Bataga's salted. Yeah? This isn't. They measure the salt with that. That Bataga sits in the fish, yeah, for X amount of time. It's being salted within the water. So that for us, 6% salt is plenty. And what you end up with is foie gras of the sea. Incredible. Incredible, incredible, incredible. So for us, certain ingredients are specific. Our olive oil, we get made for us here locally. Why? Because I know it is produced and made at the right time of the year. In Australia, the majority of our olive oil gets pressed in 38, 40 degree heat. And it's like you lose a lot of that fragrance and that aroma and that deliciousness. Because that's what we're in the business of. Yummy deliciousness and experiences. Of course, our local suppliers, we work closely. My team went down and spent time with these two cheesemakers to make bespoke cheeses specific for the restaurant. Now, we have also food issues in Australia, legislations where it doesn't allow us to serve unpasteurised cheeses. We've worked out a way to get past that. When there's a will, there's a way. What can I say? I mean, for me personally and on behalf of my entire team, and I employ close to 340 staff back in Australia, it's humbling to have been invited to come and speak in, I guess, a country that has given me so much. I mean, this country has gone through so much, especially of late. And, as an Aussie boy in one of the most incredible countries in the world where... in a time when we as Aussies used to travel around the world to discover, to get, now the best chefs in the world are coming to us. There's a reason why Rene Redzepi set up a restaurant in Sydney. There's a reason why Heston Blumenthal has a restaurant in Melbourne. It's because there's this certain landscape, this certain terroir, there's this certain language, there's this freedom within the way we cook. And, in some of my other restaurants, some of the type of Greek food I serve there, you would not even find here in Greece because we're free. We've got this freedom, eleftheria, they say. And that's something the Greeks taught a lot of people back in the old days and something they need to hold on to now. But I'm very sort of humbled and very thankful that I was invited to come and do this. Again, as I said, this place means so much to me, and I'm not here to tell you guys what to do. Absolutely not. I'm here to give you our ideas, our philosophies, we've got a long way to go. I mean, we're only 10 years at the restaurant. And I'm just so excited and thrilled to know what the next 10 years will bring us. So much more to learn, so much more to discover, so many more memories to create. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, George Kalambaris. And being a lad from Melbourne, If we didn't grow up with a kid called George or Con or Papadopoulos, we weren't Australian in Melbourne. It's been great to have you, George. Please join me in the middle. For the young chefs in the back, our industry is very small. This young man went to the same college I did in Melbourne to do his apprenticeship, and we know common people, so that's the benefit of networking in societies and networking at congresses like this. And you also get to learn new words like young deliciousness and Mandarini. I haven't heard that for a while.
Can I just say one thing? I know that there's happening something for the 2020, deciding which country to go to. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and say, go to Russia or France, because they're great countries too. But can I say, Australia is a bloody beautiful country, and I hope you all come there on behalf of me.
I'll pull out my British passport for that comment. Mate, just a bit of reminders.
Thank you. That is wonderful.
From us, from the World Association.
Thank you.
And it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on
Wow.
stage. And
Wow.
we're so glad that you did your first presentation, demo, discussion in Greece with us in Thessaloniki, Greece. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Good on you.
Thank you.
One photograph. I got to make sure it goes on Facebook so my wife knows where I am. She thinks I'm in the Bouzouki Hall still because George posted the wrong one.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Φιλάκια.
Thank you. Okay, video.
Well, what a morning so far. It's not even 11 o'clock yet, is it? We've had the inspiring Dr. Evedis. We've had George Columbaris. I mean, can it get any better, guys? I don't know. Now, during our break times, I hope you've all been enjoying the refreshments that we have been offering you. I personally have been loving the tea. I don't know if anybody would have tried it, but I think it's absolutely sensational. Dilmah is a unique brand. It is founded on passionate commitment to the quality and the authenticity of tea. It is also part of a philosophy that goes beyond commerce in seeing business as a matter of human service. Merrill J. Fernando founded Dilmah Tea in 1974 with his sons Dilhan and Malik. Dilhan oversees the Dilman School of Tea, which is the very first ever international school of tea, and the humanitarian and environmental achievement of Dilmah. Both of these gentlemen have done extraordinary work to improve not only the quality of tea, but also of their community. Peter Caravita began his love affair with food and passion for cooking in the traditional kitchen of his ancestral home in Colombo in Sri Lanka. After 3 decades as an award-winning chef and restaurateur, Peter has now diversified his career into TV presenting. He's an author, he's an authority speaker, and he's also a restaurant consultant. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your warmest appreciation and give a very warm welcome to Mr. Fernando, his son Dilhan, and Chef Peter Caravuto.
Create something magic. They're using it as an ingredient, they're making food with it, cocktails, mocktails, and making just the simple cup of tea so well.
Dilmah Tea really taken the high tea to the next level. We are really heading towards the 21st century.
Do try it.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Tea inspired. You know, when we make tea, we start a little before the dawn and we handpick just 2 leaves and a bud. We then take it in baskets. We carefully transport it to a factory which has no technology, which hasn't changed significantly for the last 150 years, which uses a mechanical process to extract the goodness that nature has put into each leaf. The leaf is rolled, it is then fermented, and then it produces tea. Why we are so careful with each leaf as to handpick each leaf is because tea is about respecting what nature has done to the leaf. It is not about what it is that we want to produce, and very similar to what Mr. Colombaris mentioned, it's about what nature has done in tea. And when you really consider it, we taste in our tea facilities, we are so privileged that each week 10 to 11,000 new teas come to us for tasting. 10 to 11,000 from our gardens and from others. It's not that Sri Lanka opens up new factories all the time, but they're from the same gardens. But why do I call them new? Because the weather changes. So each week, as the weather changes, the teas change. So the tea that we taste today from Great Western Estate, from field number 5 by the railway station, it's completely different to what you taste a few days later. Why? Because the weather changed. And the beauty in tea and the inspiration that we talk of in tea, it comes from that combination of the intensity of light, of course the soil conditions, the moisture, the bright mornings, the breeze that changes everything in tea through that natural synergy of heaven, earth, and man. And this, when you really think about it, this is really at the heart of what we call luxury in the 21st century. It is about the provenance of each different product that you enjoy. So in tea, you can genuinely taste, in the brightness of a Nuarelia tea, you can taste the sunshine. In the dullness or the muddy appearance, you can see the rainfall, you can see the monsoon as the color changes, as the intensity changes. You can see in the lychee note that comes in the uva seasonal flush, you can see the wind conditions, you can taste it. And that's something very beautiful. But if you take that beyond, what does that have to do with inspiration at this amazing conference? Well, it means that there is a tea for every mood and every occasion. It's not just a tea for each individual. I start my day with a very strong, bright tea. I go on to something that is lighter. With lunch, everything depends on what lunch is. If it's a good Sri Lankan curry, then it's a low elevation tea. It's more earthy. It's got strength. It's got some malt notes. If the afternoon is long and tough, then it's a light green tea from Park Estate. And if the evening wears on a little longer than it should with entertaining and so on, well then there's a beautiful oolong from Rilhena or Craighead Estate. There's a tea for every occasion. There's a tea for every moment. But what it means in relation to gastronomy is that there is a tea for every dish. There is a tea that works, that builds a flavor pairing and brings out flavor in char-grilled meats. There is a tea that elegantly marries a poached cod. There is a tea that forms a beautiful partnership with a salad. There's so much in tea. And if you take it beyond, when you look at mixology, there's a tea for your gin cocktail. There's a tea for that beautiful Guatemalan rum if you wish to make a lovely cocktail. There's a tea for every occasion. And that's what tea inspiration is about. We have a few pictures to show you some of what happens. I think I'm missing the clicker. Maybe we can just have, oh, it's over here. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Tea gastronomy. It's about something that Peter's going to show you. We had linked to tea gastronomy, mixology. What you see here, down at the bottom there, is a beautiful tea produced on a specific field in Craighead Estate. It has unique conditions of wind, weather, soils, and when it's cold infused, it produces the most awesome champagne. It has, I know we're not allowed to use that word, but it is the closest I can use to describing this tea. It has citrus notes, it has stone fruit, it's honey, it's beautiful, and of course it's without the alcohol. We have the High Tea Challenge. We're honored that many of you here have participated. I can see the faces of several of our judges, which brought a revolution in tea, changed that age-old tradition. I know scones and cucumber sandwiches are associated with high tea, but no more, not in the age when we hear what we've heard on this stage in the last couple of minutes. Tea in 5 senses, a tea for every sense, a tea to go with specific music. Tea with Mozart is completely different to tea with Beethoven. So many different aspects to tea. Tea inspiration, we're going to talk a little bit about it a little later on with Chef John. The first tea-inspired school, now wax endorsed. Tea around the clock. I think we leave that a little bit more for Peter, but a tea for every moment and every occasion. Tea with different moods for each individual and for every thought. Tea for anger, tea for peace, but mostly tea for serenity. It's a revolution, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really honored that I'm able to be joined today by our friend and partner, Peter, who's going to talk to you a little bit more about tea gastronomy. Peter.
Thank you, Dilhan. I'm in awe. I worked it out, between us there's about 7,500 years of experience in this room, which is a lot if you take 15 years of experience among us all. I'm 30 plus and there's others who've done a lot less. So I think tea, what it did for me when we first started cooking with tea, started with the oolong egg, started with smoking with tea. But from there it grew and grew and grew. And a great food philosopher said that the discovery of a new dish is more important to mankind than the discovery of a new star. And that's kind of where we went with tea. We just started researching and looking deeper into food and how we can introduce tea into it. And in the beginning it was all the basics. Just talking about, I guess the smoking is probably a good way to start. Burning tea to me doesn't really assist in adding flavour at all to food. But if you use the tea to marinate, then you're way ahead. And so therefore you've got the flavour. But we sort of started as a seasoning. How about any of the beautiful blends or infusions that we have going into your pepper mill, so that when you grate it over the top of your food, the flavour comes through. It's also incredible to make. I make a lot of salts with tea. So chamomile salt, a little bit of dry garlic, some salt, chamomile tea. If you put it over steamed chicken and chamomile just seem to go so well. Green tea goes incredibly well with seafood. So green tea with jasmine mixed with salt, steamed over prawns, and you get this incredible match of flavour. I think many times we've sort of said that the way that you use tea in cuisine is really up to your own imagination. As a replacement ingredient, as anyone that was at the competitions will know, that the deeper we got into these competitions, the more we were trying to work out the best way to use tea. So we found that Dilmah has so many incredible flavours, infusions. Cinnamon is a good way to start. So we started saying, well, if somebody makes an apple pie which traditionally has cinnamon in it and they replace it with the cinnamon tea, is that going to be okay? And we decided that yes, it was. And so from there, we started using the tea, the flavours, the aromas in the Dilmah teas to get us to the next stage of food and replacing ingredients with tea. Infusion's really easy. There are some incredible teas in the Dilmah range. One of them is the first Ceylon Souchong, which is smoked over cinnamon. So originally it was smoked over just normal wood, but this version is smoked over cinnamon. When I drank it, it was so strong, so full of flavor. But when you drop that into a consommé, when you're making the stock, that smokiness comes through incredibly well. When I was in Indonesia recently, I tried soup bantut. I hope I'm saying it right, but it's oxtail soup. That oxtail soup was stunning when I infused the first Ceylon souchong into it. So again, it's about your imagination and how far you want to take the food. Remembering what it's supposed to taste like, not trying to take it away from the original flavor, but enhancing it. And my tip to everyone, it always has been, that when you're cooking with tea, you should be brewing for longer and stronger, because the food itself is going to take away from the tea and the flavor that's in the tea. So ensure that your tea has less water, more tea, stays for longer than the recommended water for brewing a cup of tea, and then stop it before it becomes astringent or bitter. So it's a fine balance, and it's about how you work with it, start learning about it, and then the more you understand it, the easier it becomes. It's a tenderizer, believe it or not, and it works really well. I do something where I'd say brew a cup of Earl Grey tea, drink the tea, keep the leaves, put it onto a duck breast and cook it in a bag. Sous vide it basically for 45 minutes at 57, 58 degrees, and it comes out like butter. And we use it all the time now because it has incredible tenderizing powers as well. As an aromatic, so you'd all know everything that comes through our nose, if you block your nose, you can't taste anything. So if you consider that, think about the way that all works, and then use the tea so that when a dish arrives to you, that aroma comes through. In the competitions, a lot of people were actually putting it on the table with some dry ice so that aroma would just fill the room and will get us in the mood. So it's a great way to use it to get people in the mood for something like Dilhan was saying with classical music. But then when you actually use it in the food, the first thing that comes to mind and to your nasal passages is that aroma. Desserts are the easiest. If anyone, any pastry chefs or anyone that does pastry, there are so many beautiful variations of Dilmah tea. Earl Grey Anglaise, rose with French vanilla to go into pastry cream. The list is endless. And it seems like tea and pastry and desserts were just made for each other. The thing you've got to really think about is, if you're actually using the tea again, you've just got to make sure that you bring out the flavors and the textures without making it bitter or astringent. Now, one of the things also that we discussed in these competitions was, if you can't taste the tea, like using it as an ingredient, then can you get the mouthfeel? Because when you drink a cup of tea, you have that mouthfeel. So again, there's a lot of playing around, a lot of fun to be had cooking with tea. Smoking ingredient, I jumped the gun, but yes, smoke with tea, but what I would consider is that you cure your fish with the tea first. Impart the flavor of the tea, and then if you want to burn it, sure, but you're just going to get a smoky flavor. You're not going to get the flavor of the tea. I didn't have very long, but what I wanted to say was that I have enjoyed this incredible journey, and we're still on it, and that any of you that are interested in cooking with tea, you should get into it. It takes a bit of time, a little bit of patience, but eventually you'll find that we've discovered a new ingredient. And to me, that tea now should go on your spice rack as well as with your beverages. And I think if we can consider this ancient spice as an ingredient in our cooking, we've just discovered a new ingredient. And I think for all chefs, that is a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And the amazing thing about tea is that whilst it operates at a sensorial level, it also does so at a functional level. Because tea, as you can see from PubMed or any of the peer-reviewed online, the Good Science, has about 20,000 papers that talk about its natural goodness. Tea is good for everything in terms of protection from cancer to dementia to a host of other things. Stress, 41% impact in reducing stress on the human body. Who doesn't need that? So every aspect of lifestyle disease or chronic disease tea protects. So it operates not only functionally, but also sensorially. And ladies and gentlemen, for the final word, I would like to invite my father to join us up here and share some of his thoughts as the founder of Dilmah.
The philosophy driving Dilmah is one of making business a matter of human service. The MJF Charitable Foundation and Dilmah Conservation together make a substantial contribution towards empowering the community and conserving the natural heritage.
We got a nice picture of you, which you might want to use.
We have only one planet. It is important that we do not only take out what we can, but we must put back more than what we take. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this God-sent opportunity to share my thoughts on the philosophy behind Dilmah tea, I accept with the greatest humility. You are the roots of success and bringing hope of a better life and a better future for the families of poor farmers around the world, particularly in the world of farmers of tea, coffee, cocoa, all very important beverages in their professions. Therefore, I address you, a powerful organization of world chefs, from the roots of a farming family and a farming industry in tea. I started my working life as a tea taster, the same job as a wine taster, to identify the good, the indifferent, and the bad. Fortunately, in my case, raised in Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, even in Ceylon tea, we had only the finest and the best tea in the world. And I had to be raised in the colonial culture, the colonial trading culture of exploitation. They provided
The farmers provided the raw material for value addition, branding, marketing in the Western countries, where all the money, all the profits were made, while the poor farmers, be it tea, coffee, or cocoa, for example, looked with in pain and anger and envy that their sweat and toil in producing that crop creates millionaires and multi-billionaires in the rich world, while they sweated their guts out for a meager living. Living in line rooms, family after family. That was their lot, and that is their lot today. The colonial culture of trading in exploitation was transferred, perhaps unintentionally, to the big traders around the world today, all outside the producing countries. And we continue the culture of exploitation by remaining as suppliers of raw material for creating wealth outside our own countries. As a supplier of the world's finest teas to most of the famous brands of years ago as raw material, which was my business, the only business I knew. When I traveled around the world, I saw how the very high quality Ceylon tea was mixed with other teas and marketed in Western countries as Ceylon tea. I was aghast. I saw a vision that in time to come, our producers of fine tea will be feeding commodity teas in the blends of ordinary tea, manufactured and blended to meet price points. I thought that was the end of my world of tea. At that point, I thought consumers were exploited, producers were exploited. How can I help to improve the plight of the farmers and the consumers? I was 24 years of age then, and I dreamt that one day I would have my own brand of tea, which would bring integrity back to tea, quality back to tea, and the profits, my earnings from tea, would be shared with the poor and the community. That was the wild dream of a young man at that stage. As I grew up in the trade, continuing to supply raw material in fine Ceylon tea and being sold with commoditized tea to consumers around the world, the thought of my own brand kept haunting me. I had neither the marketing experience, knowledge, or the money required to undertake such a thing. So it remained a dream. It continued to haunt me. Meanwhile, the tea trade worldwide went in the direction I expected it to when I was 24 years of age. Consumers who previously relied on the country of origin of their food and beverage were now obliged to pay for brand names and not for quality of food and drink. So the consumer lost his or her right to pick a quality of her choice, but had to depend entirely on heavily advertised and promoted brand names. In that big world of tea, how could a humble man from a poor country with a big dream survive? But I took that thought very seriously. And as I grew up in the trade, I thought I must bring something that no other company in the world could replicate. So I named the brand after my two sons, Dilhan and Malik, and called it Dilma. And I decided to put my face on the packs and back the brand. Both came cheap. So I didn't have to spend any money on buying them, on paying for celebrities. And I went, my first markets were Australia and New Zealand. I gave a press interview when I said, I said, tea has become a cheap commodity, blended to meet price points. You had the opportunity to drink pure Ceylon tea at a decent price, which gave the farmer, the producer, distributor, and the retailer a decent return. Everyone up the supply chain was happy and content because they made money. Now came the big traders. They acquired all the companies and made tea a commodity. And what you drink now is not even a shadow of what you enjoyed years ago. I am going to bring integrity back to tea. In single origin, 100% pure Ceylon tea, which you know and enjoyed previously. I'm going to bring you the finest quality tea on earth by bringing you 100% pure Ceylon tea. And I'm going to care for you and share my earnings with the poor. Today, as I stand here, I'm humbled in saying that I've achieved all those goals. I never wanted to make Dilma a big player in the tea business, but I wanted to make it the best brand in the business. And it is today the most renowned brand globally. But it is a small brand. I do not want to get big. And I am happy to have the opportunity, privileged to have the opportunity of telling this story to most distinguished gathering of decision makers in the world of hospitality. My success in business stopped here at my heart. It didn't go to my head. When I started reaping the benefits of branding and marketing, my thoughts went back to my poor mother who taught me when I was very small, what do you have? Share with the neighbors and help the poor, which I did not subscribe to when I was a young man. As I began to make profits from my marketing business in Dilma, I began to help people, help my workers, help their children. I gave them all the clothes they needed, all the school textbook, everything for their education, and scholarships to university. It was easy to do that because I had only 18 employees then. Today, dear friends, I have in the Dilma business alone 1,400 workers. Each one of them get the same benefits I gave when I had only 18 people working for me. When you do good, thank you. When you do good, you are rewarded. Blessings come your way. And what is more, today I am chasing the farmer's interests. I had no money to start marketing my brand, but every bit of money I shared with the poor. And I was blessed with a growth in my business, and then I started becoming the voice of the farmer. I have invested heavily into plantations and every segment of the tea industry, which was far more than a dream of having my own brand. I'm most humbled to say in this August assembly that Dilma is the world's only company vertically integrated in the tea industry, from the ground with plantations, factories, value addition centers, and our own family brand to take that pure tea with love and care to the market, and above all, to big decision makers of the world today. The work we do for the tea industry is for poor farmers, not for Dilma, not for my family. And that work creates awareness of what tea is. If you take your minds back to the period before Dilma, did any brand say, this is what tea is capable of, as my son Dilhan and Peter explained to you? No. They just bought tea and say, drink it black or white. Although I say drink it only black today. But we are investing in bringing the message of quality, integrity, and the philosophy of sharing before you. So when you have a presentation made by the big traders of this world, they bring a different message. When a farmer brings his crop to before you, as the example we set, you know we are talking a different language. Either my son, Suren, or any of our representatives, when they come before you with the Dilma range of products, our hearts and souls are in the product, not the money. And the most important point of my little speech is that you can change the world. When you have the problems of the world, the revolutions, refugees, and all manner of crime today is due to what? One reason only, because of poverty in the country. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. I, on behalf of the tea industry, can show you how you can change the world by helping the farmer. I can't change the world. The decision is in your hands. When you support the big brand names, the traders who bring celebrities at millions of dollars cost, you make the rich richer. When you do not recognize the farmer or the producer who brings his crop directly to the market, you are not used to that culture. But you can now create that culture and make the poor see light at the end of the tunnel. And the rich remaining rich, because the world can never make the rich poor and make the poor rich. But if you recognize that you have the power in creating farmers into marketing their own produce, be it tea, coffee, chocolates, whatever it is, you are changing the world. If you can see, in my lifetime, I helped coffee countries, tea countries, to market their own produce and retain in the country the wealth that is taken away to rich countries to make them richer, keeping the poor poorer. That is the greatest service you can do to this world. What I have done, or what I am doing for the tea industry, is not for Dilma alone. It's for farmers around the world. 2 weeks ago, I was in Colombia, in a beautiful city of Cartagena. And I told them the same thing. You produce the world's finest coffee. How much of that global earnings do you share? Nothing. You sweat your guts out and make the other people rich. Now, we are all in the same plight. So, the inspiration has come to me to make Dilma the voice of the farmer before you today, so that you can change the world. As I always believe, we come to this world with nothing. We go back with nothing. If we learn not to leave our wealth in banks, but to leave this world a better place, we will all be blessed. And when you make the final journey, if you can turn around and say, I have millions of dollars in the bank account, it's not going to bring any comfort to you. But if you can remember, say, I have helped the world in my own small way, it is now a better place. That is all. And all this advice and inspiration comes to me from the good Lord and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, outstanding. Murray, we invite Thomas. Just stay on the stage for 2 seconds. We do a quick presentation. Thank you. Inspirational words. Peter. Now you're all going to have to be on your toes, as we're only 27 minutes late. It's all good. It's all good.
Thank you. Thank you.
On your way out, ladies and gentlemen, to the coffee break, Dilma have been very kind enough to bring some gifts down. So Serenity's team is at the door with a nice table with some lovely teas for you to enjoy after the Congress. We'll go to the coffee break. If I can ask, just wait for the photos to finish, if I could ask for you to try and be back by 11:20 to make up some time as we have the the global chefs plating up. So we'll start at 11:20 sharp. And once again, round of applause for the team from Dilma.
tester du foie gras à travers le monde et on le retrouve sur les plus belles tables à travers la planète.
En 3 mots, Rougier, c'est la qualité de produit, la régularité et la praticité d'utilisation.
I believe that there is a great responsibility to be taken by chefs, and I think that chefs can make a big difference if they decide to take the lead in working sustainable and working with local produce. My name is Titti Kvarnström. I run the kitchen here at Bloom in the Park in Malmö. I'm very much influenced in my cooking from the land around surrounding Malmö. I'm taking inspiration from the land, from the wild, from the herbs, from the game, from everything that grows around here. When I create the menu, I look at what is in season now and what is available on the local market, pick the very best and create the menu around that. That's how I start. For example, today we're going to cook some awesome cod that's just been caught from outside the coast, together with rhubarb freshly picked from the fields. We don't just eat with our taste buds, we also eat with our eyes and with our other senses. It's who we share the meal with, how it is presented on the table, and how the dish is laid out. I feel extremely connected to this land since this is a nature that I've grown up with, and this is something that I take into the kitchen, and this is something that I would like for my guests to take part of. This is what I want to share, my love for this particular speck of country.
Srbija i Hrvatska nisu za rat. Ako hoće rat, jebe mi majku. Svima, i Bosancima, i Srbima, i Hrvatima, i svima majku.
He sent me a list of 15 countries around the world that he needs chefs, but they don't have to be chefs for that fucking money.
Yeah, no. Same.
He wants the 26th of September.
So if he would have come to us a month ago, we would have organized it. Okay, the young guys. Because like they were not sure, when they're on the beetroots, they're not sure yet how they want to serve the beetroot sherbet. If they scoop it, I said, you cannot scoop it a la minute. Because it will be melting before it reaches judges. You have to do it before. It has to be colder. Otherwise, it will never reach the judges as sherbet. And then the writing, then he was thinking to write beet by hand. I said, if you do the 6 grams, you don't have the time to do that.
To do what?
You know, they want to, like a piece, what he explained to me, where the beetroot sherbet is, and something to have a piece of chocolate, like a sign what it is, beet, to write beetroot or beet on it.
Fuck that.
Yeah, whatever. So they're not, and what's her name, the lady? Who's training
Alana.
him? Alana. Huh?
Alana.
Alana, yeah. Like, she wants to do everything by hand. I said, it's great, it's a good idea, but you need to see how much are you able to do. You alone.
Correct.
It's
Yeah.
only one man.
Yeah.
Said the seniors, they have 2 pastry guys, but you're only 5 and 1 pastry guy. So they were not sure train when, how, and then I said to Rai, I said, what we can do any day, we can do even 2 more sessions if you want.
It starts here,
Go in a Sila restaurant,
in
but
the
then you
everyday
start at
life.
5:30 in the morning, and 11
A
o'clock
constant
before lunch
search
you're
for
finished.
something better.
I don't have a space to do like in the
We
evening
all need to
service or
cut
whatever,
down on the
but
power we
can do
use
early morning
and the water we consume.
and colors. The rest are
Waste
not
less
busy, so
food
we can-
and
but
treat
then
our clothes with
then
more
before we open for
respect.
number, yes, we are finished, we are done, we're out. I said this.
To
we can do,
improve, we
no
test.
problem. You want to do one
Try
session on the 4th or 5th when we are
and
back,
try again.
and then to do the week after.
Can
whatever,
pre-mixing the
we'll probably
detergent in
go
a
one more.
washer
No problem.
lower
We
the
can do that.
temperatures needed? Would
Because
changing
they're
the
not
airflow in a fridge preserve the food longer? And could windows start to open and close depending on air quality? What new things could be built using only recycled materials? And what could be changed to make those products last longer and use less energy?
And we have cooked, but was not people. We didn't have the service.
We
have
always
the,
search
you know,
for
like
better
it-
ways
like
to
it was.
operate
We don't know how
and
to
bring
do
our
it. We
products
never-
to your
we never
home.
had put the people actually eating.
New ideas that can
Cook the
provide
food, but we didn't
sustainable
have-
solutions
so
for
we need to-
everyone.
To get 50 guests.
And inspiration that can spark new habits.
in the academy, we can do it in your restaurant,
Because
my
for us
restaurant, we
it
can do
is,
every
and has
Saturday.
always
I
been,
said we can do it
here,
if you do in the morning,
in the everyday, in every
can start at
little
5 o'clock.
improvement.
and then before
That we make
and then
a
everybody's
real
back to work
difference.
normal. No problem. Yeah, we do that.
Agreed.
Did anyone talk to you from the youngsters yesterday? How it went?
No, it looked very good.
Yeah, but when I don't know, but when they talk,
No comment about when they talk, because when I hear them talk as well, I haven't interjected with any.
because they were Thomas was giving me some. You go for coffee?
No, we're going back now.
Ah, yeah, it's 20 past. Okay.
bringing them in here at 12:30. Yeah. Do it 12:30 to 1, which means I push Epi knocks off. He does 12 to 12:30 as the monk. Yeah. And then 12:30 to 1 they do it. Then we go for lunch at 1 o'clock. And then lunch was an hour and a half. Yes. So this doesn't work now because now they can't take 2 spots because I push everything, then I get late with Dario. You get what I mean? Because I took them out from there. Hang on, I mean, they're there, they're just there, Let me just check, Ragnar, yeah? I need to look at the program. So, because what happens, if I push them, all this gets, fucking hell, this is different to what's printed outside. It's Monday tomorrow, right?
I have in my app, I have the Chinese
11:30. Dora. Monastic cuisine, yeah. Yeah, monastic cuisine is 12 to 12:30. Then these people do 12.
You're gonna walk out and
Yeah, so I have to tell you, I have to speak to Jordan. Here, right. Here, mate. Here, bud. Ragnar. So, monastic, yeah, 12 to 12:30, yeah. Monastic 12 to 13. Then I tell him the people will only come out at 1 o'clock, so he can prepare. So 12:30 to 1, they do it here, which means I then push the lunch to 1 o'clock, but the lunch will still need to be 1.5 hours because of the monastic. And then that brings it to 1 p.m. to 2:30, lunch would finish, which then would mean yes, they're here. They're on the top of the box.
Can you pass it to me, please? Thank you very much.
No one's come in. 5 minutes, we'll start. In 5 minutes. If they're not here, we start. John Sloan, Glenn Austin, can you go and shout at everyone to come back? Send shouting people to shout. We're the Colonials. Blame it on the Colonials, boys. Oh, you caught my act. You caught me. You caught me. Ragnar. See, then it was to 2:30, then 2:30. Where's Dario? Isn't Dario tomorrow?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will begin in 2 minutes.
I thought Dario was on Monday. in here at 12:30, from 12:30 to 1. And then you go back to 13 and do 2:30-ish, 2:30 to 3 o'clock. Yeah? Okay. Okay, done. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, easy. Yeah, no problem. But the gaps are very small to get them on the stage, so bring them somewhere, we'll do something. Find out, we can keep them in this room and bring them out. We have a side room we can keep them in, it's just that the gap is not very wide. If you have a look at between the wall and the fish, where Mr. Singlish came out, maybe that's enough. And we have a room there that when we open the store and there, then we bring it out. Then you push it all again.
When everybody seems kind, I'll give you a more
Welcome back from your break, everybody. I think some people are enjoying it far too much. I'm sure Mr. Fernando's passionate, powerful words probably made your cuppa taste all the sweeter. It's certainly given me a lot of food for thought and made it a bit more resonant. But I hope you're enjoying yourself, and I hope you had a good chance to look around the World Chef Village, because I think it's pretty sensational. I had a good look round this morning and had plenty to eat. People kept giving me things wherever I went, which I always like. And I think the organisers have done another great job there. So to get back on track with the festivities, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an update on our Feed the Planet initiative, please welcome to the stage your Managing Director and friend to all, Ragnar Fredriksson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jack.
Looking good, Ragnar.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. What a great start to this day, and I must say, what an inspiring moment to listen to our friend, the Dillon family, talk about their achievement, and quite humbling because we're talking about Feed the Planet. Now, Feed the Planet we started working on in 2012 and discussing what is and emphasizing the role of chefs when it comes to these issues of social responsibility, sustainability. And we have now got together with Electrolux sustainability programs and ISEC student organization. So I have the pleasure to invite on stage Malin Eckefalk. Please, Malin. Malin Eckefalk, Director for Social Responsibility at Electrolux, headquarters in Sweden. Now, feeding the world's growing population sustainably is one of the greatest challenges of our time.
And as many of you will know, a year ago, the UN launched its sustainability plan, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which is the action plan to ensure a sustainable future for the people and the planet. And they invited all sectors to contribute, businesses, governments, civil society alike. And what many businesses like Electrolux are doing now is figuring out which of these objectives can we contribute to the most. And Electrolux has been through that analysis, and we see that we have a very strong heritage when it comes to environmental sustainability, but we want to do much more when it comes to social initiatives and social responsibility. Now, within that area, what is the natural theme for Electrolux? What unites our business sectors, our regions, and the engagement of our employees? And we've came to the conclusion that that is food.
Yeah, and food, as we have been discussing here, food is on the agenda for the United Nations, and of course this is where we fit in. So what is the chef's role? How can the chefs become a change agent when it comes to sustainability issues? As an expert purchaser of agricultural products, we can influence with our choices, and also as a trendsetter towards consumers. So there are many things that we can do to impact, and we have already started working with the United Nations on the Zero Hunger Challenge. We invited here today United Nations Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, who, well, unfortunately, he is now actually celebrating the same event with world leaders in New York, but he was kind enough to send us a message to us, the chefs, what we can do to help. So video, please.
President Carroll, ladies and gentlemen, I send my warmest greetings to everyone at the World Chefs Congress. This week, world leaders gathered at the United Nations to talk about the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This agenda is aimed at ending poverty and safeguarding our planet. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals recognize the strong links between hunger, inequality, and climate change. If everyone is to have access to enough nutritious food, we need to adapt agriculture and fishery systems and rural poverty and respond to climate change. Wherever you come from, wherever you cook, all members of the hospitality industry have a part to play. You can promote sustainable production and consumption. You can support farmers, fishermen, and people in rural and coastal communities. I thank World Chefs for your continued support for the Zero Hunger Challenge to end hunger and malnutrition for all, and I welcome your participation in the Feed the Planet Partnership for the Sustainable Development Goals. I wish you all the best for your Congress. Thank you.
So, strong message. And we intend good. We intend to do much. But we cannot achieve this alone. So we have joined forces with ISEC, International Student Organization, and Electrolux. And maybe, Malin, you want to tell us a little bit about Electrolux vision, where you're going forward.
Yes. So we see this as a perfect partnership with your skills and competence and engagement of your membership base all across the world. With Electrolux skills and competence, our appliances, and our engagement of our employees also across the globe, we can make a change, we believe. This is not a top-down initiative. This is really a grassroots movement that we want to see World Chef members side by side with Electrolux business units and employees to launch local projects. And to make that happen, we recently established the Electrolux Food Foundation. And the purpose of this Food Foundation is to finance these local initiatives that we want to see.
So how can we contribute? Now, we've been working on concepts, ideas, pilots, and come up to a program for better food to inspire and educate better food consumption around the world, better life to support the alleviation of food shortage during emergencies, and a better future to support the education of people to help themselves to put food on the table. And now we need to call for action. So in concrete samples, what does that mean? It means that we have recently launched and piloted a sustainability education for chefs, as it is important when we talk about making a change. We start with ourselves. So we educate the chefs, and so we're giving this program into culinary schools around the world for free. We've been working on consumer education and awareness to impact change in society. This is what we've been doing with the International Chef's Day, with Nestle Healthy Kids. This is what we're going to be doing with Electrolux in Singapore on food wastage. And we can foresee a lot of local pilots addressing local needs. The third point, a very interesting one, the training and qualification of people in need. It's linked with the Serve of Healthy, Affordable Food, a pilot in Curitiba, Brazil that we're working on, a curriculum aimed for people that do not have access to education, give them the basic cooking skills that they can get their first employment, and why not further into industry. We're basically helping people out of poverty and into industry. And finally, the emergency relief. We, with World Chefs Without Borders, a great support to the whole initiative and the impact that we can have with the network of Electrolux. So these are the key pilots and the key activities that we're working on. And again, we want you to become involved. We would like to have a network of ambassadors worldwide that when disasters happen, that if it's in your country or your neighboring country, we have somebody to call on. We can react quickly. And also to have a local project run with Electrolux local managers addressing local needs. So we are only in the very starting phase of this. It was launched and announced only 3 weeks ago, and there's a long way to go. But we truly believe, and the board of directors agree here, that this is the way for the chefs in the future to make a great impact. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that you will be receiving our calls very soon.
Thank you.
Now, just before I leave the stage, actually I have a small token for Malin, and there is our Santa Claus who brings the awards and the...
I didn't say it, Murray. It was the Viking, the Viking guy.
Gifts come with Santa Claus. Just take it. This is like the Oscars, huh?
Yeah.
But you got 2 statues.
I'm so
I
excited.
would like to, we appreciate very much the work we're doing with Electrolux. It's become a real partnership. We exchanged very much, and I know it's for the long term, so I'm very pleased, Marlin, that we are working together. We're looking forward to the future. So
Me
please
too.
accept this small token of appreciation, of a little kind, fond memory of being here with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Looking forward to working with you all.
Please.
Thank you, Ragnar. Thank you, Madeline. Now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and let's hear it for your World Congress President, Charles Carroll.
Good morning, everybody. What a great morning so far. Isn't it some really fantastic presentations? Have you enjoyed it? Come on. Have you enjoyed the morning, for crying out loud? Some very special people. It's hard to imagine the dynamics of each one of their successes and everything that they have done, especially the Dilhan family, who are such huge fans. And it's easy to be friends, but also to have partners with people you have such a deep respect for what they do, not only for our association, but everyone around the world. So I'm obviously a huge fan. Ladies and gentlemen, this next segment, I promised you yesterday, was going to be very, very special. It will be a historical for the World Association of Chefs Society in many ways. In what was already a strong and powerful partnership with Nestle Professional is now turning into a masterful, lifelong legacy with World Chefs. We have been carefully crafting the concept over the past 8 months, which you would be proud to know that even Dr. Billy Gallagher was a very active member of this team. This educational program will be available to every single member of World Chefs for free, and will bring an association into the forefront of the digital world. And by the way, this program also rewards World Chefs with the largest gift in World Chefs history. To unveil this program, for the first time, I would like to introduce to you Dr. James Griffin, CEC, CCE, from Boston, Massachusetts. Dr. Griffin comes to us with a long list of credentials to include the United States Culinary Olympic Team in 1992, and earned a doctorate of education degree from Boston University in 2002, and was previously the associate provost for the university system of Johnson & Wales University, which is very large in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to dear friend and brilliant mind, Dr. James Griffin.
Morning. It's so nice to see you all again, and it is my distinct pleasure to address you today. President Carroll, board members, distinguished delegates. For the past 6 months, I've had the privilege of volunteering to assist with stewarding an idea that very well could change all of us, our profession, and also change how we look at the world as World Chefs. My short presentation today is going to provide you with 3 things. A brief summary of my professional background. Many of you do not know me, wonder where I've come from, how I got here. So I'm going to take 2 minutes to give you a little bit of who I am. I'm going to provide you an overview of the idea of Pro Gastronomia, and it's an idea at this stage. Then we're going to conclude with a summary of next steps and where we hope to go in the coming weeks and months. So my professional background is one that is probably similar to many of yours. Today, I really believe in this quote, that you live your life as if you were to die tomorrow, and we learn as if we were going to live forever. I've always believed that learning is essential to growing and to doing well in life, and I've been blessed. I do not come from a wealthy family. My background is one where I'm one of 5 children. My mother is from Panama, Central America. I don't see a Panamanian flag out there. Maybe I'll have to be the rep to World Chefs from Central America and Panama. And my dad is from Massachusetts, from Boston. And growing up as a kid, food in the culinary arts was my way forward. I failed to mention my mother had 5 children by the time she was 19 years old. We didn't have a lot of money. We were lucky that Catholic Charitable Services, St. Vincent de Paul, provided us with food and clothing at times. And when I was a kid, I was actually embarrassed to talk about that. Today, I can afford my own clothing, and I eat very well, thank you. So, like many things, if you look at the world today, many stories are like mine. People find their way into our profession from all walks of life, and we're offered tremendous opportunity. We're a gateway profession. We're a place where anyone can come, anyone from anywhere, with any background, and do incredibly well. And many of you have similar stories. We also know some facts in the world today. 30 million kids drop out of school every year, and they lose their way. Some of them find their way back into our world, and maybe some of you have a similar background. We know that only 7% of the world's population has a tertiary credential. People in the world do not have access to a great education, and then those that do typically have access in urban areas. So if you're on the edges of the world, if you're in the corners of the world, access to education can be extremely difficult. And so here we are, World Chefs, at a point where we can do something about it. My background, Charles mentioned. I do want to mention I'm a chef, and I actually jokingly enjoy showing this picture because you see a young Charles Carroll up there. Charles Carroll and I have known each other for 30 years. I would not be the professional I am today without Charles. And I actually was distinguished enough to serve on the 1992 US Culinary Olympic team because of Charles. Charles actually trained me to win in culinary competitions so I could make the team. He used to go to the Balsams and he would help me. There's his lovely wife, Terrell. Terrell is a wonderful chef, a great person. I'm to the right. I don't know where the mustache went, Charles. It's a very 1980s thing. And my wife is seated as well. My wife is a chef. I met my wife through the culinary profession when I got to culinary school. The culinary profession provided me a way forward, a way out of low income, a way forward with a wife who is a better chef than me, by the way, and now a great life. Since being in the culinary profession, I've owned businesses in media and technology. I've run large companies. I created campuses for a major US university and hired hundreds of people. The last company that I ran did 600,000 portions of food a month, sold all over the US, and I was lucky enough to position that company for sale to private equity and do very well financially. The sad part of the story is about a week after I earned a significant payout from prepping this company for sale, I was actually diagnosed with a very severe form of cancer. Luckily, the cancer was misdiagnosed, and after surgery, I'm just fine and in remission. But as I sat in bed with my wife thinking about my future and what was at one point a death sentence, having to put my kids over 90 days into therapy, it allowed me to refocus my life. And today, I have become focused, much as you've heard from multiple people today, on helping others. There's nothing more important for me as a person, and I believe if you're laying in bed someday and you think it might be your last day, there's nothing more important than how well you've done helping other people. So how does that translate to World Chefs? Maybe our focus as World Chefs should be centered more throughout all organizations on how we measure how we help others. So Progastronomia provides us a platform and a place to what I call amplify how we help people. Progastronomia we call an academy. We call it a place for learning. But what it really is a platform to amplify all the good things we're doing and to reach more people globally at all parts of the world, from the urban areas to the tiny corners and everything in between. So what is Progastronomia? In essence, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to do more in the world, to contribute more, to give more, and to amplify what we're trying to do as an organization. It's a digital platform, a place where people can go and where our programs as part of World Chefs can be placed to reach more people. Why would we do it? Because we have a mission that speaks to it. We accomplish these goals through education. The mission is stated above. We're a non-political organization intended to forward the profession. We've inherited it from great people. You heard the history yesterday. When I was a young cook in the 1980s, I idolized Ferdinand Metz. I know Charles did too. And I remember stepping in an elevator once where we were young chefs and Ferdinand stepped in and I couldn't speak because he was in the elevator. As we exited, I shook his hand. We didn't have cell phones. We probably would have taken a selfie. But we addressed him as Mr. Metz, and I'll never forget how he handed us the profession in the US. He gifted us the prestige and the honor of being chefs, and we have an accountability to do the same. So it's part of our mission as World Chefs. As Ferdinand has handed it forward with others, so too do we have that responsibility. So why? Because we have the resources now. We're standing at the edge of the largest gift in the history of World Chefs, with the opportunity to make a difference in the lives of more people than ever. We have the talent. It's all here in the room. It's all of you and all of the people you represent. We have the finances now, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And I think more importantly, the need has never been greater. Food has never been more important than now. We've all inherited an industry globally now that is more important and significant and perhaps more celebrity-driven than ever. We're no longer an attraction, we're a lifestyle. And that reaches all corners of the globe as well. So who would we reach through creating a digital platform? We'll reach all the people on the planet. No longer will our reach be constrained by programs that have limited access, but through the digital platform we hope to create, we'll have reach that covers the world. And I use some chefs that you may know that have similar stories of reaching up out of poverty through connection to our profession. Our goal is to connect young people, people below the age of 18, with a path forward in our profession. To be the organization that communicates to the world the opportunities the culinary profession represents. These three chefs tell their story and explain how the culinary profession elevated them. Gagan Anand in Thailand, many of you know. His story is of abject poverty. His parents were homeless. And the culinary profession transformed his life. Enrique Oliveira, for those of you that have been to Mexico City, or even New York if you've been to Cosme, comes from a very low-income background and is now a very successful global businessman because of our profession. In the US, Marcus Samuelsson, he was orphaned as a kid and wound up being adopted by a Swedish couple. He's Swedish, to the Swedish contingent you know of Marcus. He owns 9 restaurants today in New York, and he's one of the most recognized chefs and giving chefs that we know of in the US because of our profession. Marcus is an inspiration, as are all of the chefs that I show you. What if we were able to create more people like this? What if we were the conduit, the place where more people like this would come that we could transform? And what if we were able to measure that? Can you imagine the impact we would have? And I can also tell you, can you imagine if you were breathing your last breath, how much better you would feel about yourself if you knew you gave to an effort like this? So where will we communicate who we are and what we're trying to do? We're going to create a virtual platform. We're going to create a platform online that allows us to amplify what we do and communicate all of the good things that we're doing today. Our efforts are going to focus on building this online platform over the coming year, and I have to say, we finally have the resources to be able to do this. When? Well, in the coming months, under the leadership today of Chef Carroll and under the guidance of your future president, this initiative is going to move forward. It's one that's going to rapidly increase in activity, and over the coming 6 to 9 months, the birth of an online platform is going to occur. And the online platform is going to be platform agnostic. It's going to be one that works on an iOS device, an Apple device, on an Android device, as well as be web-based. It's going to be one that if you have access to the web, through whatever means that you possibly have in your pocket, you'll be able to access this content. We have 10 million members, 10 million chefs in the world as part of World Chefs. Our goal should be this, very simple. Once this is launched and we get behind it to reach more kids and bring them forward out of poverty, we should set a goal to have 1 million members actively on the site and platform. Can you imagine if we had 10% of our membership actively involved? Now think, if we want to make this sustainable, if we had 1 million people active, the whole world's going to want to be part of it. We're going to attract people from all corners of the world in support of it. But if we fail to populate the platform, it's not going to have the impact that it should. So our goal today is to share a vision, to give you an idea of what we could do to reach kids and to forward our profession. And also to encourage, once it's moving, to support it, to invest in it, and to get our membership actively involved with it. If we have 1 million people involved with this that are in the culinary profession, we'll have other organizations wanting to invest in it. And when that happens, the amplification itself is going to amplify. So we will be working in the coming months to develop the platform. We have a company in London called Clued that's already working on it. We haven't invested much other than creating a vision, but we felt responsible to share with you today what that vision looks like. Our hope is that you can get behind it. Our hope is that you can be part of an effort to get more kids involved with our profession and to show people who need opportunity that we're a great place for this kind of development. Now, none of this would have been possible without the support of Rochelle Schatze and Nestle. When we started working on this, Chef Carroll asked me to get involved. Charles and I have known each other 30 years, and once every 10 years or so, Charles will ask me to be involved with something. It's very rare, and when he does, the answer is always yes. When Charles called me, I said absolutely. He didn't have to ask twice. I met with Rochelle and the Nestle team in Vevey in Switzerland, and the amount of commitment was amazing. What we realized very quickly is as we sat around a table in Vevey, is we were not talking as though we were involved with a sponsor and an organization. We started talking like chefs. And so Rochelle, if you would join me. Rochelle's heart being developed and led by Billy Gallagher is behind this. Her story is like my story and many of yours. She was inspired by Billy, and Billy had a giving heart. The philosophy behind this is from Billy Gallagher. It really is. Billy's heart was one that was always focused on lifting people up. And what I said to Rochelle is, I was amazed by Billy because when it became harder to give, he gave more. Billy used to give when he had his legs, but he gave 3 times more when he lost them. And that's always inspired me. So we sat in Vevey and developed this philosophy to move forward. We spoke as chefs, inspired by people that inspired us. So Rochelle has coordinated what will be the largest gift in the history of World Chefs. And one last thing, over here to my left, they've also given the intellectual property behind their Pro Gastronomia programs over the years. So they have 20 years of intellectual property that has now been given to World Chefs. Can I have a large round of applause for Nestle and Rochelle? Thank you. Charles.
So I really don't know what to say, because I'm not doing this for me, and I'm not doing this for Nestle. I'm doing this for the profession, because first and foremost, I'm a chef, and I will always be a chef. And I just feel as chefs, we have the opportunity to not only reach the people that have the privilege to come to Congress, to be in this room, but all the people that are out there that want to become a chef, aspire to becoming chefs, and have got no means and access to doing that. So my vision for World Chefs is that the membership is not only restricted to the privileged, but to everyone out there that watches food and is in poverty and wants to improve themselves. And with this platform, we hope that we can reach beyond the walls of this venue, beyond the formal people that are associated with the association already, to everyone out there that wants to join our profession and do so with pride. And it's my privilege to actually be able to be part of this on behalf of Nestle. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Rochelle. Stay here, stay here. But of course, I'm just the lucky guy that happens to be able to stand between the two of them right now. And I have, obviously, as you know, a special relationship with both. Have you just learned it? And we've been blessed. As you all know, my story with Dr. Billy Gallagher, and so we're, to share everything is amazing. And so I'm just the lucky guy here. But this platform, as you can tell, it's special. Dr. Griffin just scratched the surface, but what it actually can do, I mean, not only just for our association, but the end result is going to be fantastic. So we're excited on All Dynamics. But from the bottom of my heart, I thank you both. I love you both. And we have just a very small token of appreciation, Mr. Murray. I would like to take this one here first. Jim can wait. So, some of you in the audience have heard my story. I'm obviously from Houston, Texas, and in Texas, they say everything is a little bit bigger, yeah? And then in Texas, we have rodeos. And rodeos, you can usually tell the success of an individual by the size of their belt buckle, right? Okay, so of course I have to put a special gift from Houston, Texas, but resembles, in my own way, World Chefs. So it is a World Chefs Champion belt buckle, and I hope you don't have one of these, Rochelle. But I'm just going on a limb there, just thinking that. But I hope that you proudly hang this in your office and think of World Chefs and think of this day when we were standing on stage, and hopefully see the results of it from 5-10 years from now. So I hope you're all as proud as I am. So Rochelle, thank you so much. And same one. Now I want a picture. And Dr. Griffin, you poor guy, you probably don't have enough awards, but here, I'd like to give you a certificate there. Thank you. And a small token of our friendship and a memory from Greece. And I can't thank you enough for everything. I love you. You know that. Okay. Good. So thank you very much. We have a little. Yeah, that's for you. There's a little purse. There you go. Can we get one picture with everybody here? That'd be great. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Jim and Rochelle. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you remember meeting our next debonair dynamic duo yesterday. As co-founders, hospitality professional Thomas and technology veteran Franz joined forces to create Chef's Rolls, an online platform for chefs all over the world. Since its launch in 2013, the company has grown exponentially. As a Facebook for chefs, Chef Rolls is said to be the future of the culinary industry among culinary leaders globally. Without further ado, please welcome to the stage Thomas Kesslinka and Franz Stanley. Take it away, boys, and I'll have a selfie later. Do I have a clicker?
When
no,
Jesus
but I
was
will
at the
get you
table,
one.
I kept on seeing him look at me while he was with that other girl. Do you think he was just doing that to make me jealous? Because he was totally texting me all night last night, and I don't know if it's a booty call or not.
Hello, good morning. How's everyone today? Are we having some fun this morning? Wait, what? Are we having some fun this morning? Come on, guys. Come on. We're chefs from all over the world. Let's have some fun. We are Chef's Roll, and thank you so much to our MC for that very generous introduction. Thank you. And Charles Carroll, that story you guys just told was just absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for indulging all of us for such a wonderful story. Again, thank you. So we are Chef's Roll. Again, my name is Thomas Kislinki, and this is Franz Vanderlee. We are a global platform. Think LinkedIn for chefs. When we launched in October 2013, we had the idea of wanting to create a platform to work with chefs on a global scale. To date, we actually work with chefs from 143 countries, and that is hopefully growing in the next couple of days. So we are here to talk about the power of social media in the kitchen, and social media is so important. Social media allows us as individuals to be a part of something that's much greater than ourselves or our kitchen or our profession. It allows us to connect with people from all over the world with a simple click of a button, with a simple picture of our food, of our passion, of our creation. Chef's Roll has more than 500,000 followers on social media, and that's growing sometimes between 500 and 600 a day. We have more than 108,000 fans on Facebook. Our LinkedIn connection is growing, and as I mentioned, we're working with chefs from more than 140 countries.
I hope you guys are all following us. If not, take out your phone. Follow us.
Next slide. Do you have the... So again, our network is built on the premise of, again, for the easiest way to talk about it is the LinkedIn for chefs. And Franz is going to give you a quick explanation of what a Chef's Roll profile does and how you can use a Chef's Roll profile to help not only promote you, yourself, your kitchen, your passion, but also the greater good, which is, we just learned a few minutes ago, world chefs.
Thank you. A Chef's Roll profile is here to help promote you and your work, and you can very easily build a profile that can feature your awards, press, you can upload food photos, embed videos, tell your whole culinary story. So when someone searches for you online, this is what they'll find. Not a unprofessional thing or a small paragraph on your restaurant's website, but a full story of what you're about. It's very important to have a professional headshot, and come see us over in the booth. We're doing complimentary portraits later. And also really to tell your whole culinary story so people can really learn about you and find out what you're all about.
Who here is on social media? Can I have a raise their hands? Who here, Facebook, or Instagram, Twitter? Is anybody here not on social media? My friend, may you please address to us why you are currently not on social media? Can someone get this man a phone, please?
Well, you're in Myanmar, right? So maybe the service is spotty there.
So again, we're here to talk again about the power of social media in the kitchen, and social media really helps promote what we all do, what you all do in your kitchens, no matter where you are in the world. Instagram is one of the most powerful social media platforms for your industry. Instagram is all about images. It's all about showcasing your profession, your passion, your use of ingredients that most of us home cooks or us passionate about foodies, if you will, only dream about being able to create. So Instagram allows us to showcase what we do on a daily basis in our kitchens anywhere in the world. But it's much bigger than just that single picture that you post. It's creating an environment. It's creating a passion. It's showing what we do as individuals, the greater good of our industry, culinary. It's creating an idea. It's showing what we do every day. Instagram is one of the greatest platforms to help show what you do all the time. This picture right here, awesome picture. I mean, it's just gorgeous. it allows you to get noticed. It's not just getting noticed for you personally, but the profession, the use of ingredients, the use of a picture, the use of the sponsors, the use of the companies that you work with. Chef's Roll has a pretty good following on Instagram. We have, what,
282,000 now.
Something like that. It's not bad. Round of applause for that, maybe? So Instagram is a very, very, very fun, engaging platform to use. So we invite out all of you, even you without a phone, mister, to, when you do get a phone, please join Instagram and follow Chef's Roll. Because it's not just, we don't promote what we do. We're not chefs. We wish we were. We're not chefs. We just love working with chefs from all over the world. And we enable and we showcase what you guys do every day. We want to highlight your use of ingredients, your passion from all corners of the globe.
How many of you are on Facebook? Raise your hand. Almost all of you. We found that almost every chef we've met is on Facebook, and it's a great way to network and keep in touch. The key, though, is to make a professional presence on there. Now, how many of you post pictures of your dogs and your kids on your Facebook? Oh, actually, most of you don't.
Don't lie.
Oh, don't lie. Okay. Well, if you do, and you want to keep that one personal, the great thing about being a chef is you can create another Facebook page and just put chef in front of it. So, Chef Charles Carroll, for example. And that Facebook page can be your professional Facebook presence. But you want to make sure that you have a picture of yourself in your chef whites. Make sure you're representing yourself as a chef. Make sure you're posting relevant content. The great thing about Facebook is you can share articles. You know, Instagram is more photo-based. Facebook, you want to share articles about culinary trends, producers you're working with. If you meet a great farmer or a rancher, it's a great place to share that and engage with your other culinary professionals. And networking with chefs. We found that if you're trying to get a hold of a chef, you guys are always busy in the kitchen. But Facebook Messenger, we get responses right away. So Facebook's a great platform to network on social media, but keep it professional or create another one, chef so-and-so, for another profile.
Again, Instagram. We really love Instagram here. It's a really fun way to really highlight what you're doing easily, every day, all the time. 5 posts a day, 1 post a week, doesn't matter. Using the power of Instagram really helps connect you with your fellow chefs, not just from your down the street, but all around the world. And I'm not sure if you guys were in this room yesterday, but we actually have a contest that's going on right now. And one of the reasons why we're here at Chef's Roll, not just because of our partnership we have with World Chefs, but we're here because we want to show the rest of the world, the people who aren't in this room or in that room across the street right now, why World Chefs is so important to be a part of. We want the world to show, we want you all to show the world why they need to be a part of World Chefs by using the hashtag World Chefs 2016 as often as you can throughout this week. Taking a picture of you, your friend, a meal you had last night, a meal you're going to have later this afternoon, somebody on stage, a booth that you're going to visit. Take a picture of that and put it on your social channels. And use the hashtag World Chefs 2016. Not because you're going to win some really awesome prizes through our partnership with World Chefs, but because we want to show the rest of the world, through the power of social media, why they should be here, or I guess in Kuala Lumpur in 2 years?
Yes, 2 years, KL.
Why they should be there in 2 years, and why they should be part of your organization, our organization, today, tomorrow, next week.
Now, does everybody know about hashtags? Raise your hand if you're not quite sure, right? Hashtags, okay. So a hashtag is what people can search on. So if you're making an oyster dish and you're posting it on Instagram, very important to do hashtag oyster, because when people are searching that, your photos will come up. It'll help you build your following, build your network, showcase your work. Hashtags are very powerful.
And one last thing about Instagram, we at Chef's Roll run a really cool program called the Chef Ambassador Program. And that Chef Ambassador Program allows us to work with chefs, hand-selected by us, to receive products from sponsors or partners to develop really fantastic recipes. We then take those recipes and we then showcase them to our audience. Again, we mentioned we're about 280,000 or so followers, growing. It allows us to highlight your creativity. And we would really want to welcome the opportunity to work with each and every single one of you in this room. All you got to do is just email us, and we'll have our emails up here in a moment. Email us and let us know why we want to work with you, how you can work with us, and we want to showcase what you do to our world following. And this is what's really, something that we're really proud of. A partnership that we formed with World Chefs. We, as we mentioned, are dubbed as the LinkedIn for chefs, and we do have profiles, and we want each and every one of you to build a profile. And through a partnership with World Chefs, we're offering every single chef in attendance in Greece the opportunity to obtain a 4-year complimentary premium profile valued at $99 a year. That's Franz and I and our company, Chef's Roll, investing $400 into every single one of you that's in attendance here, because we want to show the world why you are a part of World Chefs. We also, you could do the portraits.
Yeah, how many of you have gotten your portrait taken by Josue so far? Yeah, quite a few. So I think we photographed almost 80 chefs now. Josue, come on up here real quick. We flew in Josue from San Diego, where he's an amazing photographer. So come over to the pavilion, get your free portrait by Josue. We're going to send them out in about a week. And we encourage you to use that on your social media profiles and your Chef's Roll profile.
And again, who's here having fun? Let's raise our hands. Come on, let's have some fun. Raise those hands. Let's do it. There we go. There we go.
Okay, so we love questions. This is, just a short intro to social media, but we always find that the questions are the best way to go about teaching. Any questions? Social media? How best to use it?
Any questions? Social media? Hashtags?
There's got to be one.
Which telephone should Oliver buy?
One with a good camera.
One with a camera. There
Yes.
you go.
People eat with their eyes first. So you really want to take great photos of your work. Sorry? Can you hear?
Not Samsung.
Oh, right, not Samsung.
Apparently
no.
they were blowing up in people's ears.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Oh, one
I'm an
thing,
Apple guy.
if you're in the kitchen taking video or photo near a stove, you got to be careful. We were filming one chef cooking a dish, and the phone overheated. I had to go in the walk-in with it and have it cool off for a while. So watch your phone around
So
the
there's
stove.
not one question? There
Okay.
is.
I was just wondering, when it comes to social media and what draws people's attention, is it usually of photos of chefs or of their works, or of prizes or giveaways or products? What seems to be a type of photo that seems to draw people in the most to check it out?
Raw meat. Steaks. We get the most engagement off pictures of raw steaks. But no, it's really, people definitely eat with their eyes, so you want to take really great photos of your work. You can even get a little light box that you just hold, like an LED light box, by your camera phone, and it takes amazing photos. If you come over to the portrait session, Josue can show you his light box.
Another question from the back.
Do you guys believe that social media is creating too much of a superficial view of food, in that we're seeing way too much color and unrealistic things on the plate just so it looks appealing to the eye, but in reality the taste wouldn't compare to how it looks?
That's an awesome question, and a question that I feel that every single chef around the planet should ask. The answer is no, it hasn't. It hasn't created a superficial vision of what food should be or what it could taste like. The answer is that social media is enabling and empowering chefs around the world to show what they do. You don't have to create the greatest looking dish for it to taste good. We all know that. We know that. But what it does do, social media allows you to engage with an audience that before social media didn't allow you to do so. Restaurants around the world, the biggest restaurants on the planet, use social media every single day. They don't use it because they have to. They use it because they need to. They want to show the rest of the world down the street or across the planet why they need to come visit your restaurant. It's not because your food looks good. Some of it is. But it's also because it allows us to show our passion. And never before social media have chefs had the opportunity to really showcase to hundreds of thousands of people with the click of a button what you do every single day. So yeah, it does create some, I guess, misconceptions occasionally.
But I think it's important to, if you're seeing a dish and you're questioning, is there any flavor there, challenge that chef. Post a comment, say, tell me about the flavor profiles, tell me about the techniques. Use it as a learning tool. So you want to engage. And if you're posting stuff, you want to answer people when they ask. We post stuff all the time, and there's a great dialogue between the chef we're featuring and the people asking questions. There's actually this one chef in Thailand, Woodysak. I mean, this guy's got 100,000 followers, and he follows no one. He follows zero. But he's a chef at a hotel in Thailand. Beautiful, gorgeous food. And people all around the world know him because of his Instagram. So it's really a great way to show your work to anyone around the world.
One more question here.
Just to follow on from that regarding social media, so do you guys have some kind of guidance or anything that allows us to approach using social media like with our businesses or starting them? Because I've worked with a lot of little local businesses that use that as a beginning, and as soon as the fad wears out, the business kind of crumbles because people drop by, a lot of people drop by, they believe their business is going up and they're extremely busy, but everyone is there to answer the local social media, the response to it, to get their Instagram post, to get their like, and then we're not taught anything like as young chefs to how to deal with it after the social media, the strongest point wears off and where we might even get bad reviews because business got too booming too quickly.
I think we both have an answer to this one, and I'm gonna go first here. So, social media is powerful, and again, I can't stress more than enough that social media should be consistent. Where if you're gonna post one time a day, please post one time a day. If you're gonna do it 5 times a day, stick to somewhere around like 3 or 5. Social media is a very powerful tool. So you don't need to use it every single day. And for chefs who don't own a business, it's not about the kitchen you're currently working in. It's about promoting your passion. That's why social media is so powerful to chefs. Like he mentioned, Chef Woodysak, literally Wutttisak. He works at a really fabulous resort in Thailand, but he doesn't boast that. He doesn't showcase, he doesn't tell where he works. He posts every single day about his passion. So you don't have to own a business to use social media. You can literally develop a following by simply showcasing what you love to do, the different ingredients you like to use.
So just to be clear, is the question, if you get a lot of business coming in because of social media, but then your execution is not following, if it affects your business, is that sort of the question?
The question, I guess, is a lot of us, like us young chefs or young entrepreneurs, are growing into this market based off what you guys have developed up until this point, like the social media, and it's more our approach into taking social media as the first port of call and not actually having any training, focus, or understanding of its complete effects. Does that make sense?
Okay, so yeah, I think then Tom touched on consistency is very important. Putting out a professional image is very important. And then being able to follow up, just like he said, if it looks good, is it going to taste good? So if you're posting stuff, it better taste good as well.
Yeah, so I guess I'm asking, is there something that you know of, or you guys can, like, role models like you guys can develop to be like a guide as to how to approach social media, whereas it doesn't allow young people to just shoot out there?
I think
do
what
social
the
media
young
and-
guy's trying to ask you is, are there any templates or guidelines that would be beneficial for them, instead of just telling them, get a Pokemon Go into your shop to get more people in? So
Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
that's something you could take offline in the essence of time.
Sure.
With the young
Come see us
chefs,
at our booth.
Dale and Alan Oriel, if you can pick that up, maybe we get these young guys with the young guys, yeah? But if you want to answer quickly, 20 seconds, sorry guys, in the essence of time.
Yep, no, perfect. Just, yeah, come see us at our booth, and we'll talk more about that, and make sure you come get your portrait as well.
How's that? Free
Thank
info
you.
with a photo.
And we want to thank you again for allowing us to be here with you and in forming a partnership between Chef's Roll and World Chefs. Franz and I and our entire team are very honored to work with each and every single one of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
How many thousand followers have you got? 183,000? Well, you'd all be foolish not to try and get some of those off him, wouldn't you? Anyway.
Small gift for the young chaps.
Oh, he wants a
small
gift
gift for
too.
the young chaps. Where's he gone? Come back. He's running away from Santa Claus. Come here.
I love Santa Claus.
He's over
I still
there.
believe in Santa Claus.
You, please. Hey!
You have to Instagram that straight away. Good. I'll look out for it. For God's sake, someone take an Instagram. Thanks, guys.
Start the sitting there and then I move to the podium, or
So, for our final segment of the day, we'll be discussing the future trends and challenges of the food industry. Our panelists this afternoon are Nestlé's Head of Global Food, Peter Ammon, Electrolux's Senior Director of Consumer Journey Understanding, Charlotta McAlpine, and our moderator today is the VP of Culinary Arts at Kendall College and Laureate of International Universities, Chris Kutka.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up no ceiling when we in our zone.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon. So I realize that we are standing between you and lunch. So don't leave the room. Because what you're going to hear in the next 45 minutes, I guarantee is going to be impactful, and I guarantee it's going to leave you walking out of this room thinking about what the future is going to look like. Because it's crystal ball time. It's time to look into the future and say, where is this industry going? Because as food service professionals, as educators, as the young people who are growing up in our business, you've got to know where we're going. Because if you don't know where we're going, you don't know where to drive your business. It's like trying to drive your car with your eyes closed. So in the next 45 minutes, we have two very insightful people to my left, experts in trend analysis, and they're going to help us sort of peer into the future. So our first speaker is Peter Ammon, who is, again, to my left. He was announced head of global food for Nestle Professional in 2014, and in this role he is responsible for the global out-of-home food business with brands such as Maggi, Tommy, Chef, Stouffer's, etc., etc. In previous positions, he was CEO of Hero and president of Continental Europe by Aramark. During his career, he's worked in several European countries, the USA and China. He's married with 4 boys. That keeps you busy. 4 boys, and he loves doing sports and enjoys cooking with them and eating good food, which is a happy thought for us here. Our second speaker, Charlotta McAlpine, is Vice President and Head of Consumer Insight Global Marketing for Electrolux. In her role as Global Head of Consumer Insights, Charlotta is responsible for driving consumer-led business decisions across the Electrolux organization, informing businesses, brand strategy, innovation, and product development. Her extensive work with consumers across the world has given her invaluable insight into consumers' needs, desires, and aspirations in relation to food and cooking, and how this has been affected by recent trends in health, sustainability, and technology. It's a really long sentence. So before joining Electrolux in Stockholm in 2012, Charlotta spent 11 years in various regional consumer insight roles in Asia and 6 years in London. And she is married with 2 boys, 2 girls. I'm sorry, I wrote that down wrong. 2 girls. And she skis, runs, and loves restaurants and good food. So the way this is going to roll out here for the next 40 or so minutes is that Peter's going to begin the presentation, and he's going to talk about how the consumer is behaving in your restaurants, in the food service environment, and some of the big trends affecting consumers that way. And then Charlotta's going to pick it up, and she's going to take it from a little different angle, which should be very insightful. And what she's going to talk about is how the consumer is behaving outside of the restaurant environment. What are they doing at home? Because what we're learning from them at home is actually giving us a lot of insights as to what they do in our world. And then she's also going to talk about the methodology for learning this, which I'm not going to say anymore because it's going to leave your head spinning a little bit. So, with that, Peter, it is all yours. And then we're going to have a little conversation.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Kalimera Thessaloniki. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's also like a privilege to talk about trends and future opportunities for the food industry. As we all know, there has been a famous oracle in Greece. So let's see what we can share with you. Let's share with some good news to begin with. The food industry, like the restaurants, all of you in the room are becoming more and more important. And why is this? Because consumers are spending more and more of their disposable income in food out of home. You see here in North America, a couple of years ago, 1960s, 80% of the money which went into food was spent in the supermarket, and only 20% was spent in restaurants. And you can see over the couple of years, in 2014, the 2 lines crossed. And now, first time in history, in one of the largest economies in the world, people spend more money with you than in restaurants. And you can see also here, the trend is true for more or less every country in the world. What does it mean? That means that we are becoming more and more important, that the trends of the future are not longer shaped by the Walmarts, by the Carrefours, by the Lidl, by your local supermarket, but by the people represented by world chefs. And this is an opportunity, but also like a big, big obligation for us to do good for society. And who's behind all of the spending? And you heard it a couple of times before, it's the millennials, the people between 25 and 35 years old. And it's a huge population worldwide. Just like to quote a couple of numbers here, a couple of 100 million of people in China, a couple of 100 of people like in the US. And what is so special about them? For the first time in history, they spend more money on food than ever. They don't spend that much money on clothing, on other things. They want to eat food, they want to be seen with good food, and they have a very, very good understanding about the health connotation around food. So they shape what we eat, where we eat, how often we eat, how do we get the information. We just heard about digital and social media, and how we share the experiences. Let's look at some trends. Authenticity, insperience, a new word created between inspiring experiences and healthy lifestyle. So authenticity, what is this all about? It's about being natural, and you know it. It's about having less of the bad stuff, preservatives, artificial ingredient, antibiotics, and having more of the good stuff, clean ingredient lines, and simpler recipes. It's about a growing concern for sustainability and ethnics. How is the cattle raised? How is it slaughtered? How many cows are on a certain piece of land? And it's about provenance, local. It's about like made here and I want to eat food which comes from my community. And as we heard in the example of tea in the morning, also gives back to society I'm living in. Experiences. That's mainly about the 5 senses. It's about like touch, taste, sound, look, and smell. And consumers, especially millennials, want more of this multicultural, multi-sensual experiences. It's about ethnic cuisines, and it's about globalization of food. And what better representation of a global cuisine as with this forum here. Like, this is where like global food comes together and creates a future of where food will go in the next couple of years. It's about food pairing. It's about many, many things which are daily work for you. And even more and more important is becoming a healthy lifestyle. It's about superfoods. Quinoa, amaranth, buckwheat, ginseng, seaweed, functional herbs. It's about plant-based proteins because more and more people are sensitive to cow milk and they want to have a good substitute and still have a healthy diet. It's about portion control because more and more people don't want to leave the indulgence away and still maintain a healthy lifestyle, so they control the portion, eat less. It's about small, convenient in-between meals, and it's a lot about like free from lactose, free from gluten, free from allergens. And the industry is responding. You see here an example of the so-called no-no list of a company in the US, Panera Bread, which is a big, big company with many, many outlets. And they developed together with the industry a list of products they don't want to have in their food. So let's look a little bit more in detail what's on the list there. So there's a substance in there which is called Territory-Butol hydroquinone. Everybody clear about it? Shall we try together? Territory-Butol hydroquinone. So let's see what consumers say about it. Can we have the video? Can you run the video, please?
Butyl hydroquinone.
These aren't real words.
Azocarbonamide.
Me?
Azocarbonamide?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Wow, that's one word. Dimethylpolysiloxane.
Dimethyl polysiloxane.
What are those? Are these ingredients?
This is what's in food. I think the idea is if you can't recognize it or pronounce it, it shouldn't be something you eat.
If you ask your waiter, like, oh, like, can you leave the butylated hydroxynasyl out of my food? They're gonna be like, I don't even know what that is.
So that's just one example of many what we see. Like, we're getting more and more sensitive about what we eat because what we eat is what we are. And I think it's a huge opportunity for us like to respond to a more healthier lifestyle. And where do the consumers get the information from? It's from the digital world. Like on average, for example, in China, every young Chinese millennial picks up the mobile phone every 15 minutes. So like 4 times an hour, yeah? Like 12 hours times 4 times, 50 times a day. Yeah? They are very highly likely, before they buy anything, clothes, cars, before they go to a restaurant, to check it out online. And like an amazing figure is also like last year, 25 billion food-related videos have been downloaded. 25 billion. And this is a trend which cannot be stopped. We can capitalize to doing good for us and doing good for society. And you will see on the next picture, here there's a digital revolution going on. From simple things like online grocery, and probably you have used it yourself. You don't longer go to a store, you ask the store to deliver it for you in a couple of hours or probably latest within the next 24 hours. Then there are meal kits prepared. So somebody goes into a store, picks all the ingredients, provides a recipe, developed by professional chefs, ships it to your home, and you can recook it at home with a little kind of effort by yourself and with a high guarantee that it tastes in the end. And these are business models which are all over the world. Then they're ready meals. So somebody is doing the next preparation step for you. They're already cooking it, and they're kind of delivering to your home, and you just have to reheat it. Or chef booking apps, where you as a chef can be ordered to somebody's home, cooking a recipe, cooking a certain dish in kind of like the own apartment in the own house. And like these models are started in the US, but we also see it in many, many other countries to come, up to like delivery apps, Uber Food, where like food is picked up not only from kind of a pizzeria around the corner, but from a really good restaurant around the corner and shipped to your home. So I think it's fair to say like a digital revolution is ongoing. There's an opportunity for all of us. There's also a threat, because the old business model, what was retail, what was out of home, what was a daily home meal replacement, will blur. Many things will come together. But if we are at the forefront of the change, I think we can also lead the change. So thank you very much.
So when I started thinking about what to cover today, I naturally geared towards what affects me in the work I do every day the most. And that's the growing focus and emphasis that we place on the consumer. So the consumer is really at the center of so much nowadays. They have more choices, they have so much more knowledge, and more ways of influencing their decision and choosing what products to buy or what restaurants to go to than ever before. So to stay in the game, we really need to get to know our consumers better, and we really need to walk in the shoes, if you like. We need to understand how we can connect with them better and be relevant to them, so they will choose us over the other alternatives which are out there in the marketplace. So I'm guessing that this is something that would relate to you guys as much as it would to me and the business that I am. So before we start talking about how to inspire consumers through the rising trends that we see out in the market, I wanted to just take a step back and focus on the core of it all, the consumer itself. Getting to know her, because only when you know her and what really makes her tick, then will you know what trends might be relevant to her. So at Electrolux, we're no longer an engineer-led business of making products. We're actually moving towards becoming a consumer-led organization in the business of creating remarkable experiences for our consumers. And as you can imagine, that's a huge mind shift for us in the way we work and think about our innovation and activities in the business. And I'm thinking again that this is something that could relate to you as well, creating remarkable consumer experiences, because that's what it's all about when we're creating that great meal experience for our guests in the restaurants as well. So I wanted to share some of the ways in which we incorporate and drive this in our business. I'll talk about how we define our target consumers, to identify with her and to give us focus in what we choose to work on. We want to make sure that we walk in her shoes and identify her issues or her desires out there so that we can connect with her more emotionally and innovate in relevant ways. And we want to make sure then finally that we inspire her, so we continue that dialogue and continue to engage with her so she will come back for more and she will come back with her other friends and family. Consumer focus has become a real buzzword out in the market nowadays, and it's very easy to say that we're in the business of focusing on the consumer. But in order to do that well, we really need to understand her and her needs, what's behind that. We need to define who the core target is. Who are we making this meal for, really? And who we're setting up these tables for? And my understanding of this consumer or the customer or the guest in the restaurant, is that the same as my colleagues over here? It's very important that we have the same view of how we're creating this experience for, just to make sure that we're giving her that seamless, integrated experience when she comes to buy our products or engage with us in our restaurants. In my case, where I work, we create personas to achieve this. So we actually paint a picture of who this target consumer is. And we do that with the help of illustrations, we do it with quotes, we do it with statements, and we take these personas with us into our innovation meetings. And that's to make sure that the designer who's designing the solution for this consumer has the same view of who she or he is as the R&D person over here who's creating the technology behind it. And I think that's quite an interesting thought, because I would imagine that the same would go within your business as well. So my question to you is, who are you placing your bets on today? And does everyone working with you have the same view of who that person really is? And the clicker is not working. There. So the next question then is how to determine the target consumer. How do we know who to target? There's obviously a lot of different ways in which we can do that. We can think about it from a demographic point of view. We should only be focusing on those with families, or perhaps we should focus on a certain region or a certain age group, or foodies, if you like. But what we're looking for in my job is to find that emotional connection with consumers. We don't just want to give consumers a rational reason to buy our brand, or in your case, to visit your restaurant. Like going on price or a certain feature, or in your case, a certain location or perhaps a certain cuisine, because that makes it very easy for competition to beat us, to copy us, so that our guests will move on to the next place when the next new thing comes up. Instead, we want consumers to relate to us and become loyal consumers who will come back again and again, and who will recommend us to others. So it becomes a matter of truly understanding consumer needs that can fulfill the needs that they have. In our case, we have defined our target segment based on the needs in relation to the home and appliance. So I'm not sure how much you know of Electrolux, but we have about 50 brands around the world. So we really need to make sure that not everyone's buying the same brand. So we have some brands for which the target consumer is someone who likes to create and experience new things. So we create something from a solution point of view that matches that. Then we have another brand where the target consumer is all about mastering new skills. And for that person, we're creating things which helps them achieve that precision that they're looking for. So once we have decided who our target consumer is and what makes her tick, we can engage with her in ways which are relevant to her. And we can do it consistently over time. In the product development, in the design, and in the way we communicate with her. We've been in the business for a long time, and we've got stacks of consumer learnings in our offices. And I think you would probably argue the same thing, that, well, I've been in the business a long time as well, and I know my customers and my guests. I have the knowledge already. But I would challenge us to think that consumer knowledge is not enough to succeed with relevant innovation. What matters then is understanding what's missing in her life. How else can we help this consumer? What are her deeper motivation? What really triggers her? We refer to this as a consumer insight. I happen to know that Chris sitting over here, he's actually got a bit of a sweet tooth. He's got a certain passion for dark chocolate, so I thought we'll just explore that a little bit. So, Chris, could you tell us why exactly do you like dark chocolate?
It's rich, indulgent, yummy.
So why is it that you like it rich and indulgent?
Well, you know, it's interesting because when the chocolate is dark, okay, it's sweet but not too sweet. And so it has a flavor that's more intense, so I don't have to eat like as much of it.
Oh, right.
Small amounts.
So you eat it. So why is it important to you to eat less?
It's a lot of why questions. You know, I think I mean, look, I mean, you know, I'm aware that chocolate is healthy. And so, but you know, like everything, some of it is really good to eat every day, but too much, not so much. You know, it's, you know, gonna get a little overweight maybe.
Oh, so why are you concerned about this? Why are you concerned about your weight?
You know, I mean, as I get older, it's, you know, I want to be healthy.
Sorry, you want?
I want to be healthy as I get older. I want to.
And why is that? Why is that important?
Because it's important to be active. It's, you know, it's for my family. It's like I want to be around, you know, get my daughter married and all that stuff someday. And I guess it's about kind of like being in control a little bit.
Wow. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for sharing that.
I feel like I've been psychoanalyzed.
So I could have stopped after the first question, and we would have learned that Chris here really loves his dark chocolate, and he finds it yummy and indulgent. And I could have thought up a whole menu around offers to give him in terms of chocolate fondants and chocolate fondues and different cakes. But by just probing that little bit extra, we got so much further in understanding what really drives Chris here. And it's really about, and why he's choosing dark chocolate. It's about staying healthy. It's about caring for his family. And for him, it's about a sense of staying in control. And with all of that, a whole new opportunity opens up for me to engage with him, both in terms of how I choose to provide a menu that's relevant to him, but also in how I connect with him emotionally. So that's what we talk about when we refer to a consumer insight. And we call this the five whys. You probe and probe and probe, approximately 5 times, to get to that deeper motivation. So let's see where this approach has taken us in the world of food and cooking, in the work that I've done in the past. A while back, we did a study among foodies, and it was a global study where we went out to understand food habits and attitudes and consumers' attitudes to cooking. And we went into homes and we did observations. So we watched them cooking everyday week meals, weekend special meals, different times, special occasions. And we kind of went in thinking that there were going to be a lot of differences across the markets. We spoke to people from Brazil to China and everything in between. But what came up was that there's a number of universal and overarching food desires that actually came true across all markets. The first one is health without compromise, and it's kind of in line with a lot of what Peter was talking about, but it's a growing awareness and need to be healthy. But it means different things in different markets, and still today in the US, for example, it's more about lower calories, whilst in emerging markets it's more about trying to reduce processed food, less MSG, less salt in the food. But there's definitely a trend towards a healthier eating style. The second one that we got here is fresh is best, and that's all about consumers' preference for fresh ingredients. And it has been and continues to be absolutely critical part of consumers' life in shopping in emerging markets. But we're also seeing a swinging back of the pendulum in the developed world nowadays, where people are seeking us the nutritions, the freshness, the quality of the ingredients that you would get from buying fresh and often locally produced produce. And the third area that we found that was universally true is that around trust and reassurance. And this came as in reaction to a lot of the food scares that happened in recent years. So many trusted sources have become unreliable, from labeling to source to actually be organic, or even asking the question, what exactly is it that I'm buying? People weren't even sure anymore. And people take in their own coping strategies to deal with this. We observed, for example, in Shanghai, some consumers who were washing the fruit and vegetables up to 8 times just to be doubly sure that they got rid of all the pesticides in the produce. So it's very clear that health is important, but if we were to ask consumer, what is the number one priority when preparing meals? We did a quantitative study here, and on the right-hand side, the top 3 priorities when preparing meals, you can see that indeed yummy food or great tasting food is coming up at the top. And we heard this great quote from Thailand: when something tastes delicious, it makes people happy. And it really just shows how emotional food is to people. But I would still say that if you go down that list of top 6 priorities that people have when they're preparing a meal, 3 of those are directly health related. So health is becoming really a daily priority. And again, if you look on the left-hand side there, you can see that more than half of consumers are cooking primarily or only from scratch in terms of the ingredients they use. So with that, I think we've got quite a good picture of who our target consumer is and what makes her tick. So I just wanted to, what I've done as well, we do a lot of trend analysis, and we've got masses of trends, but I pulled out 3 different ones which I thought were of particular interest or quite fun to share with you. And they pulled out from the perspective of a consumer benefit. So what is it that the consumer is looking for here? The first one is in the space of health still. And it's, we've called it well-being. And within the health movement, we're seeing that's actually becoming, you're getting bragging rights for talking about health in social media. So people, to ever greater extent, are posting things on social media around what they're doing in terms of exercising, what healthy food they are eating, etc. So people, and we're seeing that also influential food and fitness bloggers are kind of driving this movement as well. So there's a notion of inner strength are celebrated as much as the physical form. Another manifestation of this is around juice and juicing, and here the green juice in particular has become really a status symbol, and it's showing off wealth, it's showing off cleverness and responsibility. And in our consumer studies, we're also hearing that healthier lifestyle is one of the main reasons to why people are trading up to new appliances, smaller appliances in the home. So, question is if this is something that would affect your business in the future. Can you provide the means for consumers to stay on top of their well-being? Can technology help you to achieve that with them? The second one I've called the created self. Developing true expertise takes time, as we know, hard work and discipline. Today we want the shortcuts to success. And this is where we see that the aspirational home chefs, they want to reap the benefits of being seen as great chefs in the home and be able to entertain and put on a great show. But as they're becoming increasingly time-starved, they're looking for ways of helping them achieve that with less effort and less time. So manifestations of this, for example, I think Peter already talked about some of them, but we have the in-the-moment support with Talk to Chef app, for example. I'm not sure if some of you are already engaged with that, but where the foodies can actually contact a chef in real time and connect with them via video link to ask and get answers to questions whilst they're cooking live. Another manifestation is around the kitification of cooking and the expertise in the box. Again, something that Peter was mentioning as well in terms of ready meals, etc., and helping the consumer or the foodie some way on the way in achieving the great result they're looking for. The third and final trend that I wanted to mention is around togetherness. And this is really coming from the notion of the new sharing culture that we're seeing around the world, around the carpooling schemes, around cohabiting, around co-creation directly with consumers. It's growing everywhere in the world. And from a food and cooking point of view, we know that food can really be a catalyst for bringing people together to share an experience. But we're also seeing more and more the growth of communal cooking. So people are to a greater extent gathering together around the barbecue, around La Plancha, or other ways of just putting something in the middle of the table for everyone to tuck in and to create that meal experience by cooking together and eating together. And we believe that as modern families are becoming more dispersed, the food takes an ever greater role in bringing people back together. So from my point of view, in my business or our Electrolux business, I would see opportunities here for more communal cooking appliances, for example, or offering appliances in the sharing schemes, etc. But question is what you guys could do with this kind of trend. Could it be in how food is shared, how you prepare the food, how you present it on the table? Creating dining communities, perhaps, for the guests who come and visit your restaurant. So with that, I wanted to leave you with the questions that I started with. So, do you know who your target is? Do you really know who they are? And do you know what their issues are, or their desires, and what really makes them tick? So that you then can make a really good decision how you will inspire them today and in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. For both of our presenters. So we have a little bit of time here, and I would like to put both of you on the hot seat a little bit with some questions. So Peter, I'm going to start with you. You spent some time in your presentation talking about the millennials as the driver of in many ways, the economy, what's happening in food service. So I have really two questions about sort of those generational groups. Number one, are you seeing the millennial phenomenon that we see in the United States, and so much has been written about it? Is this a global phenomenon, number one? And number two, what about some of the other groups? I mean, you know, in the US we have the baby boomer group, which is almost the same size as the millennials, but they're getting older, but still have a lot of buying power. How do you see that in?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we shouldn't be too over-obsessed about this categorization of consumer. Everybody talks about millennials, everybody met millennials, some of you have millennial children even. I'm a baby boomer, yeah, like we have Generation X, Y. The key thing is millennials for the first time ever spend more money in food than any other generation. And despite the fact that they might not have the income like the baby boomers, the proportion of their disposable income which goes to food, to restaurants mainly, because they don't longer cook at home. They kind of get food at home and reheat it, but they don't cook from scratch like we did or our grandpa did. That is because, and they're digital enabled. So coming both together, they love food, they want to be seen with food, they post a lot of food on Instagram, on YouTube, on other channels, and they're digitally connected around the world. That's why they are shaping what we are doing. That doesn't mean we have to neglect the other parts of society, but if we want to be successful today, giving the importance of social media on the good side, but also like on the bad side, because you can also have a shitstorm and then you're in trouble with your restaurant, we have to cater a lot for millennials.
So if the millennials continue to spend that percentage of their income for everybody in this room, that's a good thing, because that's just more and more money into restaurants.
Correct, yeah.
Excellent, love that. Charlotta, one of the things I loved in your presentation is that whole piece about connecting emotionally. You know, when people go to restaurants, you know, what all of us chefs want is that when somebody walks out of our restaurant, if they walk out and say, oh, it was the best meal of my life, you know you've got them emotionally. And if you don't achieve that, they may not be the repeat customer. So my question is, when restaurants open, a lot of times there's sort of a big influx of customers, which is great because it gives us money we need, you know, cash flow. But they tend to be kind of a fickle group. You know, they're checking you out, and then as soon as the next place opens up, they go over there, and you're like, where did everybody go? How can we, in practical sort of ways, how can we connect emotionally with those people in that short period of time we've got them, so we get them coming back to us?
I think it's a matter of having conversations. And I think that's what we do. I mean, I work with consumer insights. We buy research every day. You don't have to buy it. You have to, like, if you just go out and you have conversations with your customers, you can have, and I think it's quite an interesting concept, because chefs, they don't always get the benefit of going out and mingling or hanging with the guests to the extent that they would like to, I guess. But doing smaller groups, having them come back in to have conversations with them, I think that would be highly appreciated, and you'd learn so much. And just by keeping asking those questions, not giving up and not staying at just because it's easy to stay on the topics that you feel most comfortable with, like the ingredients or the taste, but to kind of try and dig a little bit deeper, I think you get to different connection with consumers.
So to go a little bit beyond, is everything okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that idea of actually a focus group almost. Because
yeah, you can do it in the restaurant quite casually, right?
All right, follow-up question, because I feel like I was psychoanalyzed before. And now everybody knows that I eat chocolate, so I lose weight, I guess. So how do you know when to stop asking the whys? I mean, you know, so you were like drilling down with me to get to a deeper sort of understanding of why I eat dark chocolate. So if you're talking to your customers in your restaurant, I mean, how do you know when you hit that level?
When you start quenching, and I can see that you're sweating a bit. No, normally we say ask why 5 times, but that's just an approximation. Normally when you hit an emotional chord, so when you understand, so you started talking about the need to stay healthy for the benefit of your family and being around them, and staying in control of your own body and your life and your family. I think that's a real need. That's a deeper motivation, and that's when I kind of feel that we've got to the right level.
Can I just build on, like one of my learnings is like, if you want to study animals, go to the jungle, not go to the zoo. And too often we rely on like research agencies giving us a picture of an animal in the zoo, and we should go out ourselves. The good thing is, like, as more or less all of you have restaurants or worked in restaurants or own restaurants, this is like the place where the magic happens. So like there's no better insight than talking to a couple of people and then provide the gut feel and like your experience and then get a feeling of what's going on.
And I think that's a really good point as well, because part of it is speaking to the guests, but to your point, go out in the jungle, go out and observe. So you don't necessarily just have to talk to the guests, but observe what's happening as they're having their meal. How are they interacting? Because I think more and more it's about the whole meal experience. If you have the best meal ever, and I go to a lot of nice restaurants, if the service is not right, or if the table's not right, or if the atmosphere in the restaurant is not quite right, it doesn't matter. The food could be as brilliant as you like, but I'm going to walk out of there and I will likely not come back. But because to me, it's about the whole experience. And a lot of those kind of areas you can actually observe by hanging around in the kind of as a wallflower in the restaurant.
Well, all right, follow-up question to that. We talked about technology. There's been a lot of focus on technology. Can we use social media to get to consumer insights? Or is it so sort of superficial that, you know, we don't see the expression on their face, we don't see the body language? I mean, you know, you said it, you know, don't go to the jungle, don't go to the zoo. But if we wanted to learn more about our customers, can we use social media, or is that just not going to work?
I would say you can absolutely drive conversations in social media, and I would encourage everyone to do it, and not to be shy when you get tougher questions or comments about the meal experience. Be bold and go out there. Understand that it wasn't great last night. Why was it? What happened? How can we make it better? And then always offer something in return. Offer them an extra dessert next time they come in, or a drink on the house, or whatever it might be. But social media is such an amazing way of connecting with consumers. Absolutely, I would.
Can we ask why 5 times on social media?
I don't think they have the patience for it there.
So Peter, let me ask you a question on one of your slides about, and of course that sort of humorous video that you showed. You know, kind of in my head, it's a little bit of a conundrum, which is that you have companies like Panera with the no-no list, and all these lists of things that they don't want to see, not necessarily because they're bad, but because they are perceived as bad. And I know there's certain ingredients on there that scientifically have been proven over and over again that there's, you know, no problems whatsoever. And so in other words, what is our responsibility as food professionals? Because if you were to dissect all the different ingredients in foods, I mean, you'd have a long list of chemicals, most of which you couldn't pronounce, but that's what makes up a green pepper, a tomato. So at what point do we sort of say that's what the consumer wants, so we're going to give it to them, or that's what the consumer wants, but we really need to educate them?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, perception is reality. We all know this. And some of the ingredients you saw, MSG, just to name one, has a bad reputation and is worse than salt. Where probably there's no real scientific evidence that MSG is actually worse than salt. It depends on like how much you eat, and salt actually might have more side effects to your health than like a little bit of MSG. But perception is reality, and MSG is seen as a China syndrome kind of issue, and like all things associated with this. And in today's world with digital, unfortunately, somebody can put something on, it creates a certain piece of follower, and then you have to deal with it. So even if you have the arguments on your side, you have to face reality as it is, and it might be like wrong from a professional standpoint, but it's right in the eyes of the consumers. So what is our obligation? I think we have to do the things which are right. So like in my organization, we reduce fat and like salt and sugar 10% every year. And we have a clear guideline what to do, and if a company like us does it, of course we impact millions of lives in a positive way. And if millions of restaurants do the same, I think together we have an opportunity to have a more healthier diet in a couple of years. At the end of the day, it's like we can only work together, like providing more healthy ingredients, and for you putting more healthier recipes together, that like we create a more healthier diet overall.
I think it's about staying authentic with the consumers as well, and saying it the way it is. I mean, not overcomplicating it. If you start overcomplicating it, you're not trustworthy anymore.
Last question. Both of you work for large organizations. Both of you have, you're able to access databases of research. What about the people sitting in this room who are not working for large companies like yours? Where can they get some of the, I mean, not the direct consumer sort of questioning of why, but some of the bigger trend analysis that you presented us with? Where can we stay current on that?
I mean, you're the expert. You want to go first?
we use a number. We go online and search, or we go to trade shows, and we stay active in our minds by being out speaking to people. In terms of exact sources online, I would have to get back to you because I don't have those.
Probably for me, like you can Google a lot of things. So many things which you also saw in my presentation either come from research we commission ourselves, or like we find interesting stuff on the internet. Like if you have a large organization like around the globe, you get a lot of like feedback fed in, and if you want to ask something, you can ask my people in the field who might have the information. But at the end of the day, it comes back to what I said in the beginning. It's about like, be out there, observe in a naive way, in a way, like I would call like naive listening. I like, don't put your own kind of thinking in first, like just observe, have a neutral point of view, ask the 5 whys, and get to then a position to say, look, like, what do I make out of it? And at the end of the day, it's not that complicated, even if there are many kind of fancy buzzwords around it, like experience, yeah? Something I only learned a couple of weeks ago. An inspired experience, honestly, who cares, yeah? It's an experience still at the end of the day. And an agency made it a little bit more looking sexy. So like, I don't want to, I would say like, just lose your common sense, don't make it too complicated, listen to your peers, what they see, yeah? And then put your innovative light of mindset on to start creating something. Because the nice thing about our industry, I feel, is like we can create something. We can kind of be at the forefront of the next culinary trend. And you've seen in the beginning, like in no time in history, like people spend more money out of home than in of home. And it's anyway funny, out of home, in of home, but that's the way the money is classified. Yeah, that's the opportunity for us, like to create the next trend. And as also like a couple of years ago, nobody would predict that everybody has a PC. Probably nobody predicts the next trend in 5 years. So even if we learn a lot from consumer research, I think it's more up to us to create the next trend and then
I think
be at the forefront.
To that point as well, just a final note, taking an outside-in perspective, I think, is really healthy too. When you see trends out there, like the new sharing community, the carpooling, and all of that's happening, how is that affecting us in our world and the business we do? I think that we can shape our own trends as well.
Awesome. I believe it's about time for lunch, so please, a big round of applause for our 2 experts. That was amazing, super insightful, and we'll be around for more questions if you have them. But thank you to both of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Kotke, Peter Arman, and Charlotte McAlpine. And a little thank you from Murray and from Dragon Unique, one of our continental directors from Europe. Thank you very much for that last 45 minutes of insights. Thank goodness for Google.
Indeed, everything you can find it on your cell phone.
Findmeatrend.com. I'm sure the young folk at the back can help us on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of this part of our session for today, and then the rest of the day is spent next door in the Hall 13. We have the plating of the competition happening. I've been cut off.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
There's a few presentations over in the hall as well this afternoon. There's 3 presentations in the afternoon for demos. And then tomorrow morning we're back in here bright and early at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Free night this evening. Roam about Thessaloniki and find some lovely restaurants. One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our 3 speakers from our last session. Thank you very much. Chef Dragon, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I hope you've enjoyed this morning, and lunch awaits. Thank you.
It might seem crazy what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. The love is too high to bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
C'est bien qu'elle est pas changée. Violence comme avant.